the East African member states. Honorable members, the pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures by the Cabinet Secretary is a critical function of the National Assembly in the budget-making cycle. Indeed, various dignitaries and invited guests are expected to attend and observe the proceedings. I therefore urge all members to prioritize and attend this significant event. Thereafter, there will be a reception at the Parliament courtyard hosted by the Minister of the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Consequently, honorable members, the parking spaces at the Parliament courtyard will not be available for use tomorrow, Thursday, 12th June 2025. Honorable members will be dropped at the main entrance, following which drivers will be guided by Parliament security officers and sergeant-at-arms to alternative parking spaces within Parliament Square. To this end, I urge honorable members to clear the parking area at the Parliament courtyard as from today, 4 p.m., to allow arrangements for the reception to be undertaken. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable members, while I'm upstanding, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Gakoe Girls High School, Gatundu North, Kiambu; Migwani Boys High School from Mwingi West, Kitui; and in the public gallery, Karangare Secondary School, Mbere North, Embu; Kalisasi Secondary School from Mwingi Central, Kitui; and Thamaita West Secondary School from Ndia, Kirinyaga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Take the nearest seats, members. The nearest seats. Yes. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on appointment of senators to the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding appointment of senators to a Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. The message conveys that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed the following senators to the Mediation Committee on the bill: Senator Captain Ali Ibrahim Roba, CBS MP; Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, CBS MP; Senator Tabitha Mutinda, MP; Senator William Kisang, MP; Senator Danson Mungatana, MP; Senator Eddie Gishero Okech, MP; Senator Mohamed Mwinyihaji Faki, MP; Senator Rijat Momoima Onyonga, MP; and Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, MP. Honorable members, the appointment of senators to Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 arose out of the decision of this House to reject the Senate amendments to the bill on Tuesday, 13th June 2025. This rejection remitted the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, you may recall that via the communication issued to this House on 4th June 2025, I appointed 9 members to represent the National Assembly in the Mediation Committee. With the appointment of the senators, the Mediation Committee is now fully constituted as contemplated under Article 113 of the Constitution. I therefore call upon the committee to expeditiously consider the contested aspects of the bill and submit a version for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In considering the bill, I wish to remind the committee to be alive to the timelines provided for and Article 113(4) of the Constitution to ensure the bicameral process is concluded in good time. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to lay the papers on the Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. 1. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements of the Commodities Fund Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme for the year ended 30th June 2029 and 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, and certificates therein. 2. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements of the Public-Private Partnership Project Facilitation Fund for the years ended 30th June 2019, 30th June 2020, 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and certificates therein. 3. Annual reports of the National Gender and Equality Commission, NGEC, for the financial year ended 2023-2024. 4. Reports of the audit accounts of the Pest Control Products Board, PCPP, for the year ended 30th June 2024 from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. 5. Reports of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 6 months, first half for financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of Controller of Budget. 6. Quarterly Economic and Budgetary Review Report, third quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 for the period ending 31st March 2025 from the National Treasury. 7. The County Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 8. The National Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. And 9. Reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of 1. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Mary Hill Girls High School. 2. Rarieda Technical and Vocational College. 3. Sabunlei Secondary School. 4. St. Bonaventure Kaheti Boys High School. 5. St. Teresa Mboni Girls High School. And 6. St. Thomas Aquinas Kaimoni Boys High School. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why the chairman of administration is... go and sit. Go and sit. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable members, call the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, before we go to order number 7, let's have a short rearrangement so that we dispose of orders number 8 and 9 before we go to order number 7. Is Musa Sirma in the house? Who will be moving the motion at order number 9? That's something you move, you second, and we dispose of. Majority Leader, where are the leadership of NGCDF committee?
That's all right. I saw Musa here. I don't know.
Well, he isn't.
But Honorable Speaker, I think that's a fairly easy thing we
You
can
can
do.
move it.
Yeah.
Okay, call out order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of Supply on estimates of recurrent and development expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2026. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, we will now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on its consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-26, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 240A, approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,549,543,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure for the National Executive, Parliament, and the Judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those on the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I must congratulate those who painstakingly remained in the chamber yesterday to prosecute the committee of supply. I know some of you had retreated to elsewhere, but I saw members like Kajwang, Keinan, Owen, Bowen, and others, Oundo, who remained here from 2:30 to the end of the day, and we must salute their industry. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of nominees to 51 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee on its consideration of the 51 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulation, approves the list of the nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as contained in the order paper, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having done that, I think this is a straightforward matter. I would request the Honorable Jamatia. Oh, she's here.
She's walking out. Look for
she's
somebody
walking
else.
out. I should request it. But I want to request my counterpart on the other side, the Honorable Mbui, to second for approval. Thank you.
I second.
Order, Chamatia, take your seat, the nearest seat, or complete your walkout. Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee on its consideration of 51 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as set out in the order paper. Do I put the question? I now put the question, honorable members, at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of 51 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act Cap 414A and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund regulations, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund as set out in the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Let's go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have several requests for statements. I will start with the Honorable Farah Yakub. Is Farah Yakub in the house? Member for Fafi. Request dropped. Honorable Mark Mwenje, member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a request for a statement regarding the shortage of polio and BCG vaccines. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding shortage of polio and BCG vaccines in the country. Honorable Speaker, vaccines of newborns is essential for development of immunity and elimination of infant mortality by protecting infants against severe and life-threatening diseases, particularly the various forms of tuberculosis, including TB, meningitis, and miliary TB. The BCG vaccine is one of the oldest immunizations still in use globally and is a cornerstone of childhood vaccination programs. Administered shortly after birth, these vaccines offer crucial early life protection when infants are at their most vulnerable stage of development. Honorable Speaker, recent reports indicate that 12 out of 47 counties in the country have completely exhausted the stocks of key vaccines, particularly tuberculosis, BCG, and polio vaccines, is therefore alarming. Even more concerning is a statement issued on 6 June 2025. The PS, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Medical Services, warning that the national stockpile of the BCG and polio vaccines were projected to last for only 2 weeks, while the rotavirus vaccine will run out within a month. The resultant delays in administration of these critical vaccines can leave children unprotected, significantly exposing them to the risk of severe illness, long-term disability, or premature death. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following. The immediate measures the Ministry of Health is taking to address the current shortage of polio and BCG vaccines in the country, including the specific timelines, the logistical arrangements for quick distribution of the vaccines across all counties, including plans to reach remote and regions that face logistical barriers, a report on coordination between the Ministry of Health and National Treasury to secure timely disbursements of funds for vaccine procurement through Gavi Kenya and the steps taken to meet financial commitments to Gavi Kenya to avert future disruptions. And finally, the long-term strategies put in place to strengthen the national vaccine supply chain so as to build resilience against future disruptions in vaccine availability. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwenje. Dr. Nyikal, before you tell us when you can bring the statement, when you brought me this statement yesterday, I felt alarmed because the BCG vaccinations are as old as all of you here. There is none of you who doesn't have a mark on your arms of BCG vaccination. So I did pick up the phone and call the PS for Health, Dr. Oluga. He confirmed that there was a shortage, but that the vaccines had arrived at JKIA and they will be distributed immediately to all hospitals. because I found this not only alarming but dangerous for the country. And we thank you for bringing the request. Dr. Nyikal, in view of the importance of this, I direct you to bring a response on Tuesday next week. I'll not give you the luxury of 2 weeks. And your response should not just be to tell us that vaccines have landed in the country, but the level of distribution to each and every health facility in the country, because children are born in every corner of this country and they are entitled as of right under the Constitution to these important vaccines.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware of this, and I made the same inquiry you did, and I say that we'll get it on Tuesday. So I'll make an effort to contact the CS and get the report by Tuesday.
Go beyond telling us that the vaccines have arrived. Tell us the manner and efficacy of distribution to all areas of need.
Understood.
Yes, thank you. On the same? Yes, Oundo.
Is it also possible, Speaker, the chair can also get an assurance from the State Department that such shortage and lack of the vaccine is not going to happen in this country in the foreseeable future to avoid putting our children under peril? Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
You. Yes, Gagusha, on the same?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to request that as the chair gives us that statement, he also addresses the statement on the issue of shortage of blood bags and reagents that has also been causing issue of blood shortage in the country, because it has taken a bit of time before he gives us that feedback,
Did you
Honorable
request
Speaker.
for,
Yes, I did, and you
yes.
directed that it be provided here in the House, but the chair has not done so as per your direction. And there's also another issue on the same, on the issue of ICU payments, the issue of boosting from 4,000 to 28,000 on SHA, which was raised here by the CS when he was here. He was also directed to also give us feedback on the same. Honorable Speaker, those two issues remain unanswered.
So that we don't convolute this, Chairman, I'm sure you gave undertakings to deliver statements on those two issues, on blood bags and the ICU payments. Go and dust out those statements. You can give them on Wednesday, but Tuesday is about BCG. Thank you. Next, Titus Hamala, Lurambi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, Section 2 and C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding expansion of the Kakamega-Mumias Road and the adjoining feeder roads. Honorable Speaker, the Kakamega-Mumias Road is a vital transport network in Western Kenya, connecting Kakamega County to Vihiga County, Nandi County, Kisumu County, Bungoma County, and Busia County, through which the road ultimately links to the Busia border. The road also contributes to local economics, facilitating regional trade, connecting key commercial towns in the region, and facilitating transportation from transportation of farm produce, particularly sugarcane, to the country's major sugar companies, namely Mumias Sugar Company and West Kenya Sugar Companies, including Butali Sugar Company. Despite the significance of the Kakamega-Mumias Road, it has never been expanded to meet the increasing traffic demand since it was tarmacked many years ago when I was in primary school. Honorable Speaker, the narrowness of the Kakamega-Mumias Road, coupled with the deplorable conditions, especially along the areas, namely Mumuyukwe, Maondo, Ishisiru Center, Stand Muogo, and Shibuli section, has been contributing to fatal accidents involving sugarcane tractors and trailers, motorists, including motorcyclists and pedestrians. Further, various feeder roads to the Kakamega Mumias Road, particularly the Eshisiru Esumeya Bushiri Road, classified Road C1, is impassable. Of critical concern is the Isasala Bridge along the road, which has partially collapsed but remains in active use, posing a serious risk to motorists and lives. There is an urgent need to expand the Kakamega Mumias Road and upgrade its key feeder roads, particularly the Ishisiru Esume Yabushiri Road, classified Road 1, including restoration of the collapsing Isasala Bridge so as to improve safety and support seamless economic growth in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the plans by the Ministry of Roads and Transport and the Kenya National Highways Authority to expand the Kakamega Mumias Road and fully recarpet the surface instead of the periodic patchwork maintenance works that yields low value for public funds. And number 2, the immediate interventions by the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, to upgrade the Shisiru Esumeya Bushiri Road, classified Road C1, and reconstruct the collapsed Isasala Bridge along the said road, including financing mechanisms and the projected timelines. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Roads and Transport, GK, when can you bring a response?
In 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, we will avail the statement, the response.
2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Joseph Gitari, member Kirinyaga Central. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement regarding the status of rehabilitation of roads in Kagumo Town, Kirinyaga Central Constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of rehabilitation of the roads in Kagumo Town in Kirinyaga Central Constituency. Honorable Speaker, the road in Kagumo Town, especially Gateway and Trojan area in Kirinyaga Central Constituency, experience high volume of traffic due to tea transportation, health services, activities, and market centers located within the said area. As a result, there is a need of rehabilitation of the roads within the area, including installation of speed bumps and zebra crossing to ensure the safety of residents and road users. This will prevent road accidents and enhance economic growth in the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on measures being put in place to rehabilitate the poor roads and install speed bumps and zebra crossings on the roads around Gateway Trojan area in Kagumo Town, Kirinyaga Central Constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
DK, when can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, in about 2 to 3 weeks, should
2
be able
weeks.
to respond.
We'll give you 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Njiri School. Is it called Njiri or Njiris? Njiri. Njiris. Njiri School from Kigumo, Murang'a. In the public gallery, we have Nyabondo Boys Junior from Nyakach, Kisumu, and Narok High School from Narok North, Narok. On my behalf and behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Member for Kigumo has asked me to welcome Njeri School. You can do so on behalf of all your colleagues from whose jurisdictions we have schools. Go ahead. Give the honorable.
All right, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Jiri and Honorable Speaker, because that school is named after the senior chief, Jiri Wakaraja. That's why it was renamed to Jiri. That is his actual name. So I want to welcome them to Parliament and all the other schools that are attending this session. I'd like them to be inspired so that they can aspire to be members, they can aspire to be great members of this country once they see the session and the people who are contributing and the debate that goes on here. I also want to wish them well as they travel back to school and all the schools here on behalf of Parliament and members of Parliament. Asante, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bwana Munyoro. Responses from education. Is the chair education here? To respond to a request by Honorable Robert Mbui. Education. Rebecca, are you ready? Go ahead. Give Honorable Tonkei the mic. There's one next to you. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have a statement to the answer question which I was asked by Honorable Mbui, who actually attended the meeting where the CS was summoned. Honorable Speaker, the question was on the status of the disbursement of capitation funds to schools. Honorable Speaker, the question has 4 components, which we wish to respond to as follows. A report on the status of disbursements of capitation funds to public schools for the first term of 2025, including the total amount of currently owed to schools due to delay in disbursements of funds. Honorable Speaker, every enrolled learner in public primary schools is entitled to receive a total of Kenya shilling 1,420 per year. The funds are disbursed to schools at the beginning of every term through 2 bank accounts as summarized below. Term and percentages, account 1 and account 2, 50% in term 1, which is 365, and 50, 344.50. 30% in term 2, 219.30 in account 1, and account 2, 206.70. 20% in term 3, which is 146.20, and account 2, 137.80. Total is 731.00, and account 2, 689.00. Out of account 1, Kenya shilling 75 per learner was deducted and sent to the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development for purchase of textbooks. Out of account 2, Kenya shilling 20 per learner was deducted for co-curricular activities. For term 1 of 2025, the ministry disbursed 4,127,304.81 shillings for a total of 5,812,164 learners. This was made up of Kenya shilling 1,688,433,642 for account 1, and Kenya shilling 1,886,676 and 099 for account 2. There is no money owed to schools for term 1. All the money was disbursed in January 2025. Honorable Speaker, the approved rate of capitation for junior schools is Kenya shilling 15,043 per learner per year. For term 1 of 2025, Kenya shilling 15 billion 323 million 832 631.92 was disbursed for 2,994,201 learners in 20,350 junior schools across the country. This amount is 50% of the annual capitation due to the schools. The entire amount was disbursed in January 2025. Honorable Speaker, at the secondary school level, the approved rate of capitation is Kenya shilling 22,244 per learner per year. For term 1 of 2025, the ministry disbursed a total of Kenya shilling 28 billion 824 million 649,743.76 for 3 million 268,616 learners across 9,513 schools. Each learner received Kenya shilling 8,816.61. The disbursement was 50% of the budgeted amount in the printed estimates. This was done in 2 tranches. The first Kenya shilling 14 billion 412 324,871.88 was sent in January 2025, with the second of the same amount sent in March 2025. It is important to note that the allocation of Kenya shilling 28 billion 824 649 743.76 reflects a budgetary deficit of Kenya shilling 7 billion 528 897 408.24. The resource requirement at the approved rate of capitation is Kenya shilling 36 billion 353 547.152. The second part of the question is the capitation amount allocated per child for the examinations and activity fees for primary and secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, no part of the capitation is allocated for national examinations. National examinations are funded independent of capitation from the budget allocated to the National Examination Council. In primary schools, the capitation amount allocated for co-curricular activities is Kenya shilling 76.44 per learner per year. Out of this, Honorable Speaker, Kenya shilling 40 is retained at the headquarters to be used in running co-curricular activities at the national level, while 36.44 is sent directly to the schools. In junior schools, Kenya shilling 700 has been allocated to curricular activities and shilling 647 for internal assessment per learner per year. For secondary schools, the capitation allocated per learner for activities fee in term 1 of 2025 or Kenya shilling 525. The allocation for teaching and learning materials was Kenya shilling 1,643. The allocation for internal examination is 11% of the sum provided for tuition. Honorable Speaker, the third part of the question was the measures being taken by the Ministry of Education to ensure that disbursement of capitation fund is timely. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has taken steps to ensure timely disbursement of capitation to schools. From the beginning of the year 2023-2024 financial year, capitation disbursements are done on a timely basis in the ratio of 50 to 30 to 20 for term 1, term 2, and term 3 respectively. This was a change from the previous practice under which disbursements were done on a quarterly basis without reference to the school terms. The ministry requests for funds from the exchequer.
How much more to go, Rebecca? Too long.
Yeah, I'm almost done, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the ministry requests for funds at least 3 weeks before schools open. And for funds, for example, as requested on 25th, 2025, once the ministry receives the funds, and all that is explained in the statement. Honorable Speaker, There is also the existence of any planned review to the amount of capitation funds allocated per child in light of the current harsh economic conditions. Honorable Speaker, and this the committee is aware of this, and the entire House is aware of this, that there is need to change the current allocation as the conditions of economic conditions have changed, so there is need to review this. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the ministry urges the committee to support the ministry ensuring that the budget allocation is adequate as approved rates of capitation. That is, the National Assembly is created for that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui, she says you also attended the meeting with the committee and the minister?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did.
Okay.
And I was extremely disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because there were no solutions to the problems that are facing our children. You know, any nation that doesn't take education of its children seriously is actually on the wrong trajectory. And Mr. Speaker, you remember even our forefathers actually identified ignorance as one of the enemies of development and the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason I was raising this matter of capitation was to establish whether it is enough for the education of our children. Mr. Speaker, 1,420 shillings per primary school child is what is being offered currently. And Mr. Speaker, that money is supposed to cater for all the activities that go into education. It's supposed to deal with internal examinations. It's supposed to deal with things to do with sports. It's supposed to deal with drama. It's supposed to deal with music. And Mr. Speaker, it really wasn't enough. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that the CS would have been able to provide a solution. And I was thinking that one of the things that is facing as a problem, Mr. Speaker, is that education as per the Basic Education Act and as per the Constitution of Kenya is free. Basic education is meant to be free. We also even amended the law and made exams also free. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted him to give us a solution because the Act says that the principals and the head teachers in Kenya cannot be able to levy any charge to the parents. But, Mr. Speaker, every single school in Kenya, actually parents are still paying. Now, unless we come up with a policy to address this matter, what will happen is that some schools will ask for 100, others 200, others 300, others 400 and more. So, Mr. Speaker, a policy would help us to have a standardized amount that is charged for every parent so that if we cannot afford it, then we make it fair. So, Mr. Speaker, I just feel that we need better answers and we need a solution to this problem.
Tongai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's true that Honorable Mbui was he attended the committee meeting where the CS was. And we all agree that, Honorable Speaker, it is this House that appropriates money for schools. And we all agree that the CS has no solution to this, but the House has a solution of dispersing funds to the ministry so that they can give our schools money. Because, you know, Honorable Speaker, I was in record asking the CS, how free is education in Kenya? And Honorable Speaker, because, you know, every time our parents are asked to pay money, it's because the CS has no way to give, he has no money by himself. The parents and the principals need the schools to run. Honorable Speaker, looking at his question, it is true that the questions that were asked are partly answered. But if we could also allocate money for them to be able to give the money that is intended to be given for disbursement, then, Honorable Mbui, I think we'd be in a better position.
Yes, Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the same issue, one of the concerns that we have, Honorable Speaker, is that students who are registered on NEMIS, the money comes based on the number of students registered on NEMIS. There's been an intentional deregistration of students on NEMIS so that the ministry sends less money to the schools. Honorable Speaker, one of my schools in Umojawan Primary, just give an example, was sent 59,000, a school that has 3,000 students. How do you send 59,000 as capitation? Honorable Speaker, we also need the Ministry of Education to be clear. There is this notion that they send half the amount and retain the other half. Can they clarify that position so that school heads can understand that this is the amount that is coming? That if they say they are giving 15,000 to JSS students, you're only going to send 7,500 and the rest you're going to retain. Make that clear rather than school heads expecting the full 15,000, which will never come. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Bowen first, then Owen. Bowen, not Owen.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Owen took over my name. Mr. Speaker, in the last supplementary, the chair of education is on record in this house. There was an allocation of 100 million Kenya shillings, if you check in our records, in the supplementary too. And Mr. Speaker, the chair of education told us then that the money was going towards upgrading the NEMIS to make sure that all the students in this country are captured properly so that capitation money, when they are sending from the ministry, they are sending from a point of information and the point of, based on the numbers of students in every school. So it is proper if the chair of education can tell us whether that money was utilized to upgrade the NEMIS and whether the NEMIS is actually serving the Ministry of Education well in terms of recording the number of students per school and also giving track the capitation we are giving to our schools.
Tongai. Let's hear Owen Bayer first. Tongai, not those.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join, I would like to join Robert Mbuyi on this matter. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request you to ask the Wamboka-led committee to investigate schools, especially the PAC committee led by Wamboka, to investigate schools, because in my constituency, I have this problem. Money is sent to schools. Immediately that money lands there, a letter comes in from the sub-county education officer saying that now send us this amount of money for this purpose, per student, 10 shillings or 5 shillings. After some time, another letter comes from the county education office saying send us 10 shillings per student for every school for games. When the students want to go for games, parents are asked to bring money so that the students can be facilitated to go for games. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of NEMIS. I have a school that has 1,000 students, but the ministry sends money for only 500 students. You ask, why haven't the other students been given? They will tell you they don't have birth certificate. Honorable Speaker, if you remember, I brought this matter here in this chamber, and the minister then said, no birth certificates will be required. Students who do not have birth certificate by virtue of the fact that they were not provided for them are denied an opportunity to access education, and they are sent away, they are sent home, just because they don't have a birth certificate. They are told, bring in money. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to examination, if you ask the Ministry of Education, have you sent money for exams? The ministry will say we have sent money per student for exams. The people in the education sector will go and get a person who provides exams at an exorbitant price, and they come back and tell the head teachers, tell each of your students to give money, and the students are sent home to go and collect money for exams. Honorable Speaker, unless this parliament takes a decisive step and requests a special audit, a forensic audit in these schools and the education officers in the counties, we will never get an answer and our students will suffer. Honorable Speaker, what the minister will say here in Nairobi is different from what is on the ground. Parliament must go down, investigate schools. How come Ministry of Education runs some special accounts? You know, they open accounts where they say KEPSHA, for example, Kenya Primary School Heads Association, are given 10 shillings per student. And that money is sent to a KEPSHA account, and they sit down and share that money among officials of KEPSHA and officials of the ministry at the county levels. Honorable Speaker, this is what happens, and that's why our kids keep on being sent home, so that they go collect money to boost certain kitties in schools. Honorable Speaker, we need to come to the end of this by ensuring that we investigate per county, per constituency, per sub-county, Honorable Speaker, so that the truth comes out. Otherwise, our children will continue to be sent home for exams, for sports, for PTA, for things that are mundane, they are not important to the education of the child. Honorable Speaker, I feel very pained about this because I see every time happening to schools. We must bring a stop. Money sent by government to schools must be used for what it was sent for, not to enrich education officers in the counties and head teachers and other officials. Honorable Speaker.
Tongay, you've heard that?
I have heard it, Honorable Speaker.
What's your response?
Honorable Speaker, you know, for the not examination, the one for activity fee, we agreed with the CS that it's time they review the percentages they are sending to schools. Because, you know, leaving 40 shillings here at the headquarters and giving out around 10 shillings to the students at the lower level, Honorable Speaker, that money is too little. And you know, as students go upward, they are fewer than when they are beginning their activities down there. Honorable Speaker, I still request that this House allocates funds to the Ministry of Education because the principals and the head teachers have no problem. The problem is the money they are given. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongay, you can't ask for more when the little you are getting is being applied badly. Have you heard what Owen Bayer is saying?
I have heard, Honorable
What you do, Honorable Tongay, I know you are not the minister, so you may not have ready answers.
Yes, true.
You go back and bring responses to these very serious allegations that the money is sent to schools from the ministry, then the schools are instructed to send some of the money to education officers in the counties, to KEPSHA, and so on and so forth. KEPSHA is not an association of students, so they have no business taxing students. It's an association of teachers, and so on and so forth. I think we all know what goes on in the education sector. And you can see how many of your colleagues are agitating to ask questions on this. I'll give another two, then we go to something else. You'll extract the order paper, share with the ministry, and ask for additional information which you can bring to the House in another 2 weeks. Ngogoyo. Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is on the NEMIS, Mr. Speaker. Mheshimiwa Mwenje raised the Honorable Mwenje raised the issue of deregistration, which she has not answered. In the answer, can she provide the issue of...
Tongay, these questions are being asked to you.
The issue of upgrading the system, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, most of the schools are about 4,000, 5,000, and 3,000. Majority of those schools in the NEMIS are registered 1,800 students. And we have raised the issue of deregistration of people who are already in the NEMIS, and in your answer, you did not provide. I want to request you, Mr. Speaker, can she provide, after the supplementary 2, where we provided 100 million, and the minister himself said you no longer need a birth certificate to register a child in NEMIS. Why is it that they do not deliver 100% of the monies for students in a school, while it is in their statements that you have 3,000 students in a particular school? And I'll give you Ngata Rongai Primary. It has 4,200. Up to date, they receive capitation for 1,200 students. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know what's the problem with the NEMIS, which we have provided resources. And
yes.
Thank you very much, Owen Bayer, for listening to the ground.
Yes, Honorable Gashagwa. Kerema, sorry. Yes, you and the member for Ndaragwa look alike.
No. Speaker, I cannot be Wamunyoro in any sense. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's very unfortunate on what we are discussing about, Honorable Speaker, as pertains to the children whom we have mainly in our primary schools. For when you are driving along a certain primary school in your constituency and you find very young children going home, and when you ask why, you are told is that they have been sent away from school to go and collect some levies
which are unconstitutional levies as pertains to the Minister of Education. Speaker, if you look at it, we have directors of education in our sub-counties. We have TSC directors. These two are duplicating work for one another. And if you look at it very well, the Ministry of Education, at the time they are sending the directors at the sub-counties, they should cater for them of how they are going to survive and how they are going to manage their own affairs without necessarily per se asking the primary schools or the heads of the schools for money, that little money which they are sent as capitation money. But if you look at it, is that the money is demanded for all activities for the ministry, which is very unfair, because you'll find that a kid is sent home to go and collect some levies, which you cannot find it within the Act of Education 4. It is provided that education is free, basic education is free. We are in a problem whereby the government agreed to have free education, and we are unable to meet that obligation of free education. So I'm praying, Honorable Speaker, that in duplication of work, which we have created parallel bodies, which are borrowed, be looked upon so that at least we can have children having a free atmosphere of learning. Speaker, if it's a secondary school, if it's a principal who has sent a secondary school student home, as an MP, you can be able to raise up your phone, call the principal, tell him that bursary is coming, only the student at school.
Yes.
But when it comes to primary school, we cannot even give them bursaries. It's a big problem.
Point made, Honorable Tongei. 2 weeks, you bring additional information, and those with issues, you will follow up there. Honorable Joseph Tonui's request, Chair Housing, Planning, Works and Urban. Manduku. I thought the chair is Johanna Ngeno.
Mr. Speaker, I'm answering on behalf of the chair.
Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for the funding of the Olengoroni Stadium was made in the year 2011. The procurement process was complete, and on the 12th of November 2012, a contract was executed between the then Office of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Local Government and Twin Construction Company at the quoted tender sum of 290,643,668.93 cents for a period of 24 months, with the intended date of completion being 20th November 2014. The scope of works entailed the construction of a perimeter fence, boundary wall, retaining walls, soccer pitch, 4-number public dais, pavilions, driveways, parking bays, ablution blocks, and other facilities. The above works were supposed to be delivered within the prescribed contract period, with the assumption that both parties were to be diligent in exercising their respective contractual obligations. However, this was not the scenario, because over the entire implementation phase, there were delays by payment. In fact, certificate number 1 was delayed for more than 1.5 years, while certificate number 2 was delayed for another half a year. The above delay was in contravention of clause 23.3 of the conditions of the contract that stipulated, and I quote, "The employer shall pay the contractor the amount certified by the project manager within 30 days of issuance of each certificate." The payment delays were mainly occasioned by 1, lack of exchequer support to the project arising from minimum or constrained budgetary provisions for four consecutive financial years, that is 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019. 2, the transfer of devolved functions and corresponding funds to the county governments, Olengoroni being one of them. However, the county governments did not take up the functions of the stadium, as the contract was between the contractor and the national government. And 3, the movement of the Urban Development Department from the then Ministry of Local Government to the Ministry of Devolution and Planning, and again to the Ministry of Lands, and to the current State Department of Housing. It is under these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, that I wish to respond to Honorable Tonui's question as follows. 1. The terms under which the construction of the Lengroni Stadium was transferred from the national government to the county government of Nakuru. And the response is as follows. Following the mutual termination of the contractor, the county government of Nakuru assumed the responsibility of securing the site until budgetary allocations for the repackaging and completion of the project. Hence, there was no transfer of construction responsibility to the county government of Nakuru. 2. Details of the contract sum, amount paid, balance and transfer funds to the county government, and whether the action was lawful. And the response as follows. The contract was for Kenya shillings 290,643,668.93 cents. At the time of mutual termination, the contractor had been paid a total sum of 120,446,886.20 cents, thus leaving a balance of Kenya shillings 170,196,782.73 cents. There was therefore no transfer of funds to the county government on this project. As has been stated, the mutual termination was a process occasioned by lack of exchequer support to sustain the contract. Number 3, the reasons leading the contractor abandoning the construction site, having received funds, and what legal action has been taken to enforce compliance with the contract terms or recover misuse of public funds. The response, the contractor was released from performance through mutual termination after it became evident that the contract was untenable given the circumstances. The contractor was paid on the basis of measured works, and hence no public funds were lost. Further, mutual termination was undertaken within the provisions of the contract. And lastly, the specific measures or plans put in place to ensure the completion of the stadium of Lengroni. It has been the ministry's desire to ensure that all projects initiated are completed to ensure that there's value for money. However, the main challenge has been lack of budgetary support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Another statement. The next statement requested was the one by Okay. Honorable Joseph Tanui, are you satisfied with the report?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to state that I am satisfied with the response. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that I have information from reliable sources that the construction of Lengroni Stadium will be starting very soon. Thank you so much.
Now, next we go to the response for the statement requested by Honorable Abdul Haron, member for Mandera South, from the Chairperson of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Honorable Adan, are you ready with your statement?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a response which is very voluminous, but I have made the report a little bit short so that we can save also time without interfering with its content. Honorable Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly, via letter NADABC 2503 of 19 May 2025, wrote to the Public Service Commission conveying a request from Honorable Abdul Haro, MP Mandera South constituency, through the chair of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity for a statement regarding ethnic representation in public service for the financial year 2022-2023, 2023-2024. The committee received the following responses on the issues raised. A report on the national proportionate population shared of each of the 46 ethnic community, including the communities whose representation in the public service. The answer is proportionate to the national population share. In the financial year 2022-2023, a total of 35 ethnic communities were proportionately represented to the national population, and they are shown on the table number 1. And additionally, 2 groups stated as non-Kenyans and not stated were also proportionate to the national population share. These are Aware, Bajun, Boran, Burji, Dashinaj, Ndorobo, Elmolo, Embu, Gabra Goshi, Elchamus, Kamba, Kenyan Arabs, Kenyan Asian, Kenyan European, Kenyan So Stated, Konso Kuria, Makonde, Mbere, Meru Nubi, Oromo, Pokomo Rendile, Sakuye, Samburu, Suba, Swahili, Taita, Taveta, Teso, Tharaka, and Malakote and Wayu. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2023-2024, a total of 37 ethnic communities were proportionate to the national population, and they are shown on the table number 2 below. And these are Aware, Bajun, Boran, Burji, Dashinach, Ndorobo, Elmolo, Embu, Gabra Goshi, Ilchamus, Kenya Arab, Kenya Asian, Kenya European, Kenya So Stated, Kisii, Konso, Kuria, Masai, Makonde, Mbere, Meru, Nubi, Ormo, Bokomo, Rendile, Sakuye, Samburu, Suba, Swahili, Taita, Taveta, Teso, Tharaka, Turkana, Malakote, and Wayu. Honorable Speaker, on the question of those who exceed the proportion share, in the financial year 2022-23, 4 ethnic communities exceeded their share. These are Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Kisii, and Luo. In the financial year 2023-24, 3 ethnic communities exceeded, and these are Kalenjin, Kikuyu, and Luo, exceeded their proportion share of the national population. Honorable Speaker, on the ones which are below their proportion, in the financial year 2022-2023, 5 ethnic communities are below. These are Kenyan Somali, Luya, Masai, Mijikenda, and Turkana. In the financial year 2023-2024, 4 ethnic communities were below their proportionate to their population. These are Kamba, Kenyan Somali, Luya, and Mijikenda. Honorable Speaker, communities not represented in the public service at all. Communities not represented in the public service at all. In the financial year 2022-2023, 2 communities, that is Dahalo and Kenyan Americans, were not represented in the public service at all. Honorable Speaker, the report on the staff deployed by Public Service Commission detailing designated and job group or job scale and the ethnicity. As per 21st May 2025, the Commission had a total of 276 staff from 30 ethnic communities, comprising of 138 male and 138 females, translating to 50% each. And in the post at the commission are against approved staff establishment of 491, indicating a variance of 215. The 30 ethnic communities represented in these scales are Bajun, Boran, Embu, Gabra, Garre, Kalenjin, Kamba, Kikuyu, Kisi, Kuria, Luya, Luo, Masai, Mbere, Meru, Mijikenda, other Kenyans, Bokomo, Bokot, Rendile, Sabot, Sakuye, Samburu, Somali so stated, Suba, Swahili, Taita, Teso, Tharaka, and Turkana. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Chairperson, how much longer is your report? Because if you have an executive summary, you can go through it and then members can be given copies.
Of all the new appointments and promotion made in the ministries and departments for the financial year 2021-2023, new appointments in the ministries and departments for financial year is in 2022-2023, a total of 12,992 officers were appointed, comprising of 5,484 female and 7,508 male. The list is as indicated below in terms of their clans or in terms of their ethnicity. Finally, I'm trying to rush. Promotions of officers in the ministries departments for the financial year 2022-2023. In that financial year, a total of 22,754 officers were promoted across 307 ministry departments, comprising of 8,256.
Yes, okay, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to recognize the schools that are seated in the public gallery because they'll end up leaving before we do. So I wish to recognize the presence of the following schools: Chogoria Boys High School from Maara constituency, Tharaka Nithi, and Narok High School from Narok North constituency, Narok County. On behalf of the substantive speaker and the members of parliament, we welcome you to parliament. Thank you.
The list is again as shown. Copies will be shared on ethnicity. Honorable Speaker, the status of Draft Public Service Commission Affirmative Action Regulation of 2024, the Commission concluded the Draft Public Service Commission Affirmative Action Regulation and sought views from the general public, also specific targeted stakeholders, giving a period of 1 month for the receipt of the views. The period lapsed on 2nd of May 2025, and the Commission is currently in the process of analyzing the views received from the various stakeholders. Once they are all analyzed and incorporated, where possible, the Commission will undertake a stakeholder validation exercise and thereafter subject the draft to the Attorney General, submit the draft to the Attorney General before presenting it to the National Assembly Committee on Delegation of Legislation. Thank you so much.
Okay, next, honorable members, is the response to the question by Honorable Mark Mwenja, member for Embakasi, by the chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure. Who's representing the chairperson, Infrastructure? What's your point of order, Honorable Russell?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the person who sought for that statement is just sitting there comfortably. I'm not sure if he is happy with that response. But from those of us who are hearing, we are really worried that we live in Kenya. Maybe Abdul Arom, you could give him time.
Yes, Honorable Bowen.
Madam Speaker, I listened to the response by the Honorable Chair for Cohesion and giving out the statistics on how communities have been employed in civil service, how this tribe and that tribe got their share and others didn't get their share. Madam Speaker, even as he does that or as he comes up with that report, as a committee, there are so many ways before you come up with your report. There are so many ways you have to check. There are so many things you have to check. You cannot tell us that if we ask for now for a position of a graduate engineer in town here, you will find there are so many number of Kikuyus here compared to people from Tana River or from Mandera. And you say, okay, because we have 10 or 50 positions, we want to give a Mandela 25 positions when there is no engineer from there. So we have to look at so many issues. So that's I'm just giving an example. So, and also the population ratio. There are so many things we have to look into so that we don't say these other ones exceeded their shares. As long as they are Kenyans, Madam Speaker, we need to look into as long as they are Kenyans and qualified. They should be, all of them, they should stand a chance to be employed and given an opportunity to serve in this country. Not to say these people here, yes. Tarakaniti.
I think this debate, the most important thing is that members already have this, the report will be circulated and members can always raise the issue. Again, once they've read, they need to have read the report. With he needs to look at the report, read the percentages. I know he's talking about pro rata population, but that has to be something that only if you interrogate the report in depth. So we have agreed that we move to the next statement. Honorable GK, member for the chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure. No, the honorable member is stopped from contributing because he was sitting next to the chairperson. He forfeited his opportunity and it was taken up by Honorable Russell and others. Let's proceed. Honorable
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And though I'm on my feet to read the response to the statement requested by Honorable Mwenje, I want to agree with Honorable Kangogo that we should base employment at all times on merit and not tribalism. And if we continue this way, Honorable Speaker, we'll be perpetuating tribalism. Let us base employment on merit.
Honorable GK, we are not debating the statement. We said that will be for a later time. The report will be given to members.
Now I can respond to the statement, yes. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mark Mwenje requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of 24-25 work plan for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority and Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwenje sought to, among other things, establish measures being taken by the government to ensure the work plan tendered for the financial year 24-25 are not suspended due to lack of funds. Measures being taken to ensure that the delay does not occasion pending bills and other charges that may result from breach of tender agreements. And 3, actions being taken to implement or being implemented by KERA and KURA to ensure that roads under their jurisdiction which are due for maintenance are not affected by the delay in disbursement of funds. Honorable Speaker, I have the response from the ministry dated 14th May 2025. And as you know, Honorable Speaker, this response has been overtaken by the events of last week, where we got a court ruling directing on what the ministry should do or KRB should do regarding RMRF 22 and 10% allocation. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to request that Honorable Mwenje allows me or should allow me to give a more current statement.
Order, Honorable Murugara and Honorable
next
Bowen.
week.
You can do the shouting match outside the chambers. Proceed.
Honorable
Jike.
Speaker, I want to request Honorable Mwenje to allow that I give a more current response next week, Wednesday or Thursday, because what I have here has been overtaken by the events last week. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, is the Honorable Susan Kiamba, member for Makueni here? He's already said that his report that he has is overtaken by events, so you'll only be speculating. You're having another chance next week when he comes. Yeah, member for Makueni, are you present? Okay, so we can proceed. Can the chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure, respond to that? Because we only respond if you are present.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Makueni County, the Honorable Susan Kiamba, MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of Emali Ukia Road. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Kiamba sought to, among other things, establish 1, a report on the current status of the Emali Ukia Road, including any maintenance of improvement works undertaken on the road and when they were undertaken. 2, the reason why tarmacking of the said road, which is of significant economic importance, has been delayed for decades despite repeated government commitments. And 3, specific plans by the government to prioritize the tarmacking of Emali Ukia Road to ensure its long-term usability, including budget allocation and timelines for upgrading the said road. Honorable Speaker, regarding the current status of the Emali Ukia Road, including any maintenance of or improvement works undertaken on the road and when they were undertaken, the ministry submitted that Ukia Emali Road section is in motorable condition. The road recently underwent a 9-month routine maintenance contract that was completed in November 2024. A new routine maintenance contract is currently under procurement and works were expected to commence in May this year for the section between Ukia Dudune Center. The scope of works include 1, grading the carriageway for the full road length, that is 2 cycles within the contract period of 12 months. And B, spot graveling. And C, gabion protection works. And 3, culvert installation. 3, Kera has constructed 4.1 kilometers and done spot improvement of 1.64 kilometers. 4, regarding the reason why tarmacking of the said road, which is of significant economic importance, has been delayed for decades despite repeated government commitments, the ministry submitted that the road section has not been tarmacked due to unavailability of funds. And 5, regarding specific plans by the government to prioritize the tarmacking of Emari Ukia Road to ensure its long-term usability, including budget allocation and timelines for upgrading the said road, the ministry submitted that the road section has been designed to completion as part of East Africa Economic Corridor, and construction shall commence once funds become available. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the routine maintenance contract for Ukia Emari Road has not yet been signed or commenced, and therefore no payments have been made to any contractor. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Member for Makueni, are you happy?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think on the first bit, I'm satisfied with the input. However, I'm wondering whether the chairman is not aware that in today's paper, it is already in the advert that the road is going to be tarmacked and we are in the procurement process. Is this a hog? Or are you aware that this process has reached? Or the money you are talking about, is it now there? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable GK, you can just.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for that information. Unfortunately, I don't read newspapers. So, but I'm happy that you have informed us.
Thank you. Let us move to the next one, which is the question by, what's your point of order? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's very worrying from the chairman, infrastructure and roads, because it is true, the same road, Madam Speaker, has been advertised for upgrade to bitumen. Yet, when you listen to his answer, he says there is no funds. Madam Speaker, why am I worried? Because in the supplemental one, we put money in roads. So I'm wondering, is the chairman not aware through the ministry roads or projects that are pending in the ministry, so that when it comes to give answer to this house, they are satisfactory to the members who ask? Because, Madam Speaker, members in this house don't ask questions for themselves. We are being listened by all Kenyans, by our constituents, and it's important for a chairman to give a satisfactory answer that a member can convey to the people who send to this august house. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. The assumption is that the chairperson gets the information from the ministry, then conveys it to Parliament. So because they seem to be conflicting facts, maybe we give the chairman again to get back to the ministry and give another update next week. Then that way we can make progress. Then he can explain about the advert and what exactly is being done. So it will be your duty, Honorable GK, to get that information and bring it to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your guidance.
Next, Honorable Faisal Bada, are you here? Msambweni? Okay, so Transport and Infrastructure Chairperson, you can proceed to respond to that issue. Honorable Kareke, you're distracting the chairperson. He has a state report to make to the House on the issue of the frequency of road accidents along Likoni-Lungalunga Highway by member for Musambweni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, the member from Sabweni, the Honorable Faisal Banda MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the high frequency of road accidents along the Likoni-Lunga-Lunga Highway. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member therefore sought to, among other things, establish, one, the immediate and long-term measures taken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to mitigate the frequent road accidents along the Likoni-Lunga-Lunga Highway, and two, the steps made by the Ministry to erect speed bumps, pedestrian crossings, and other preventive measures in these accident-prone areas as an intervention to reduce the frequency of accidents. And three, the plans in place to improve road signage, lighting, and enforcement of traffic regulations along the highway to enhance road safety for both motorists and pedestrians. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 12 May 2025, which I now wish to make. Regarding road safety concerns along the said road, the ministry submitted that it is taking short and long-term measures to address them. In the long term, the ministry plans to comprehensively redesign and upgrade the road to meet safety standards. The procurement process for the design consultancy is currently underway under the multinational Bagamoyo Horohoro stroke Rungarunga Malindi Road Project funded by the African Development Bank. In the short term, the road is currently under performance-based contract that, among other things, incorporates road safety features like road markings and road signs in the scope of works to be implemented. On the measures taken by the ministry to reduce the frequency of accidents, the ministry, through the Kenya National Highway Authority, has identified locations along the road as priority areas for road safety enhancements based on reported accident trends, and the maintenance contractor has been directed to implement appropriate interventions, including the installation of rambo strips and or standard speed bumps, markings of pedestrian crossings, and erection of road signs. 6, with regards to the plans to improve road signage, lighting, and enforcement of traffic regulations along the highway to enhance road safety for both motorists and pedestrians, the ministry emphasized that enhancing road safety requires a collaborative approach that integrates engineering solutions, public education, and enforcement of traffic regulations. While the ministry, through its road agencies, primarily focuses on engineering interventions, it works closely with other government agencies to support public awareness and enforcement efforts. Additionally, Kenya has been progressively installing road signs through maintenance contracts. However, vandalism of these signs remains a significant challenge, particularly in the coastal region. To address these, the agency has started using signage made from non-steel materials to help mitigate vandalism. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Okay, Honorable Faisal, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The response is satisfactory, though I'm requesting the chair at least to give timelines on the short-term interventions by Kenha. Thank you.
I think that's duly noted by the chairperson. Shall endeavor to give you the short-term interventions. So now, honorable members, we shall return back to order number 10. And so next order.
Order number 10, motion. Report on the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures for the estimate for the financial year 2025-2026.
Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization, Honorable Shure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services for the budget estimates for financial year 25-26, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th June 2025. Honorable Speaker, this marks the 7th report on the CFS expenditures presented and deliberated by the National Assembly and provides basis for the House to consider non-appropriated and mandatory expenditures of the national government. As such, appropriated and non-appropriated expenditures are considered accordingly. Honorable Speaker, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the diligent members of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee for their unwavering commitment in examining these estimates of expenditure and for tabling this report for deliberation today. Our appreciation also goes to the key stakeholders who contributed critical insights during the committee sessions and to the committee's secretariat for their support. Honorable Speaker, the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures are obligatory expenditures that are deducted directly from the Consolidated Fund and are not included in the annual appropriation bill, as stipulated in Article 2217 of the Kenyan Constitution. Today, these mandatory expenditures are the largest expenditures of the government. Honorable Speaker, CFS expenditures financial year 25-26 will amount to Kenya shillings 2.14 trillion, thus indicating a decrease of Kenya shillings 148 billion from Kenya shillings 2.28 trillion in the financial year 24-25. The committee observed that this decline, which will provide fiscal relief in the financial year 25-26, is largely attributed to reduced debt service costs and will provide much-needed fiscal space that should be utilized prudently. Honorable Speaker, the financial year 25-26 CFX expenditures constitute of 1. Public debt service expenses at Kenya shillings 1.9 trillion. 2. Pension expenditures at Kenya shillings 234.9 billion. And 3. Salary allowances and miscellaneous expenditures at Kenya shillings 4.7 billion. Honorable Speaker, the review of the CFS expenditures for the financial year 25-26 presents a timely opportunity to realign our fiscal management strategies towards a long-term sustainability and growth. While debt service remains the dominant component, accounting for 89% of the CFS expenditures, a projected 7% decline offers a short-term fiscal reprieve. This window, though narrow, should be strategically leveraged to improve budget execution, invest in growth-enhancing sectors, and reduce the burden of non-discretionary expenditures. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 25-26, public debt servicing is projected at Kenya shillings 1.9 trillion, comprising of Kenya shillings 1.3 trillion in domestic debt service and Kenya shillings 586.4 billion in external debt service. This reflects a Kenya shillings 140.67 billion from the financial year 24-25. The decline is mainly attributed to a significant drop in redemption costs by Kenya shillings 242.5 billion, although this is partially offset by a Kenya shillings 101.9 billion increase in interest payments. Honorable Speaker, interest payments for total debt will reach Kenya shillings 1.1 trillion, while maturing debt will amount to Kenya shillings 803.7 billion. The high interest obligation will account for 40% of ordinary revenue, underscoring the growing cost of debt and its implication for fiscal space. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's fiscal outlook reflects a notable reallocation of public spending between financial year 2015 to 2016 and financial year 2025 to 2026. Interest payments as a share of GDP is projected to increase from 3.2 to 5.7, while development expenditures will decline from 7.2% to 3.5%. This inverse trend signals a structural crowding out effect, where escalating debt service obligations are displacing capital investment in infrastructure, education, and other development-enabling sectors. Honorable Speaker, the opportunity cost is notable as resources that could stimulate economic transformation and improve welfare are increasingly diverted towards servicing past borrowing. The broader macroeconomic impact is reflected in the decline of total investment as a share of GDP from 19.5% financial year 2015-2016 to just 4.1% for the financial year 25-26. Such underinvestment undermines capital formation, lowers the marginal productivity of labor, and reduces the country's long-term growth potential. Honorable Speaker, pension expenditures, on the other hand, are projected at Kenya shillings 234.9 billion in the financial year 25-26, reflecting a Kenya shillings 11.75 billion increase from Kenya shillings 223.1 billion in the financial year 24-25. This growth stems from 1. Kenya shillings 6.55 billion rise in ordinary pension payments, and 2. Kenya shillings 7.74 billion increase in commuted pensions. However, the performance of pension disbursement continues to be affected by slow exchequer releases and system downtimes. Honorable Speaker, salaries compensation for constitutional and independent office holders is projected to increase by Kenya shillings 584.64 million, growing from Kenya shillings 4.08 billion for the financial year 24-25 to Kenya shillings 4.73 billion financial year 25-26. The primary driver of this increase is Kenya shillings 543.13 million allocation for judicial salaries, hardship allowance, and arrears. Honorable Speaker, arising from this consideration of the estimates and submissions from stakeholders, the committee made pertinent observations, including that there is a need to address challenges in pension disbursement in order to take care of our pensioners, enhance cash flow coordination in order to improve budget execution, and that the over-reliance on domestic borrowing requires practical and well-sequenced reforms. The reforms in reference, Honorable Speaker, include strengthening Treasury's cash debt management functions, accelerating the rollout of the Treasury single account, and institutionalizing frameworks that ensure timely counterpart funding and prudent online practices. Such measures are essential to improving liquidity, reducing commitment fees, and enhancing the credibility of the national budget. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted the need to rebalance borrowing sources and to tap into alternative financing, including grants, climate finance, and concessional loans. We also caution that while instruments like securitization may provide liquidity, they should be used carefully to avoid undermining fiscal consolidation efforts that might affect public debt sustainability. Honorable Speaker, after our deliberations on the estimates of the consolidated fund services under the budget estimates for the financial year 25-26 and consultation with various stakeholders, the committee therefore gives the following recommendations for consideration by this House. 1, that in order to ensure full in-year pension disbursement, the clearance of pending obligations, the National Treasury should within 30 days of the adoption of this report, implement an actionable framework to resolve delays in exchequer releases and address system downtimes that disrupt the processing of pensions disbursement. 2, that, in line with prior resolutions of the National Assembly, the National Treasury should expedite the implementation of the Treasury single account to consolidate idle government cash balances, improve liquidity management, and lower the government's borrowing cost through more predictable cash flow management. 3, that to ensure full and timely disbursement of donor loan financing and avoid incurrence of commitment fees, the National Treasury should ring-fence domestic counterpart funding from frequent supplementary budgetary allocations and make counterpart funding provisions for loan agreements entered to mid-year. 4, that to minimize the opportunity cost arising from waived on-lent loans and the payment of called-up government guarantees, the National Treasury should, within 60 days, formulate a standardized framework for determining interest rates on lent funds and the repayment of called-up guaranteed loans. This framework should be aligned with the market benchmarks on interest rates and credit worthiness. 2, formulate enforcement mechanism to ensure timely repayments and reduce the risk of defaults by institutions benefiting from government financial support. 5, that the National Treasury should adopt and enforce performance-based benchmarks and disbursements readiness protocols to prevent the accumulation of undrawn external loans, which continue to attract costly commitment fees. No new loan agreement should be executed without full compliance with the performance-based benchmarks and disbursement readiness protocols. 6, that to reduce reliance on debt and enhance access to alternative financing, the National Treasury should, within 60 days of adoption of this report, develop and publish a comprehensive national strategy for mobilizing non-debt financial resources, that is including grants, climate finance, and other concessional funding. Honorable Speaker, this report is not only a reflection of the current fiscal pressures, it is also a call to action. With coordinated effort, strengthened institutions, and adherence to the fiscal discipline, Kenya can navigate the present constraints and lay a firmer foundation for inclusive and resilient economic growth. Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg to move, and I request Honorable Irene, the Vice Chair of the committee, to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, proceed. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion on the consideration of the expenditures under the Consolidated Fund Services for the financial year 2025-2026 as ably moved by our chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the report before us is a product carefully analysis guided by our constitutional obligation to provide oversight of our public finances, including discretionary expenditures that are not subject to annual appropriation. I commend the chairperson and the committee members for the rigorous scrutiny applied to these estimates. Honorable Speaker, this year's CFS allocation stands at 2.14 trillion, a slight reduction from the previous year, Kenya shillings 2.2 trillion, largely due to a decline in debt service cost. This presents a small but strategic window for fiscal relief, which should be used wisely to ease liquidity pressures and boost priority development investments. Honorable Speaker, public debt service at Kenya shillings 1.9 trillion remains the single largest expenditure, constituting 89% of the CFS. While the decline in service cost is welcome, it is temporary. The underlying growth in debt stock still possesses a long-term risk to fiscal sustainability. Honorable Speaker, the committee's recommendation, including reforms in fast-tracking the establishment of the Treasury single account, timely pension disbursement, and strengthen control over counterpart funding, are aimed at improving fiscal efficiency, liquidity, and credibility. Further, Honorable Speaker, we support calls for diversifying our fiscal deficit financing options by tapping into non-debt sources such as grants, public-private partnerships, and climate finance to reduce the cost of debt service. Kenya's development path must not be derailed by over-reliance on expensive debt. In conclusion, this report lays out a clear path to strengthen fiscal governance and reduce structures, rigidities that undermine budget execution. I urge this House to adopt the committee's recommendation. With those few remarks, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services for the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th June 2025. Honorable members, I think I'll give an opportunity. Those who want to contribute, please press the intervention button. Okay, I'll give a chance to Honorable Quayer.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to support this report from our committee that is on consolidated fund services. And Madam Speaker, just for purposes of bringing to attention of members, CFS expenditures that are not appropriated in this House, but then that are brought to the attention of the House for passage and adoption. And Mr. Speaker, you realize that CFS expenditure consists of pensions, repayment of debts, and salaries that go to independent commissions, and the salary of the President, the Deputy President. And Madam Speaker, the biggest expenditure of the government is CFS. You realize that we have a budget of about 4.4 trillion, but half of it is going to repayment of debts, and of course pensions, and payment of salaries of independent commissions and the offices, the constitutional offices. Madam Speaker, this brings the million-dollar question to this House as to how we are managing our finances and our debts. You realize that a chunk of our revenue is going to repayment of debt. And in this, Madam Speaker, 1.9 trillion, the largest component is going to repayment of interest rates and commitment fees. Loans that have been signed but have not been uptaken simply because either the entities that are expected to appropriate or to absorb the same have not been in a position to uptake, and therefore we get up to a place whereby we are paying commitment fees to our lenders that has become now quite a critical expenditure in CFS. Madam Speaker, something else that we were able to look into as we're engaging the National Treasury is that one of the loans that has been taken over by the government of Kenya on behalf of an entity that the government guaranteed, and that is Kenya Airways, is that loan has been novated to the extent that now the government of Kenya has taken up to pay that loan. But Madam Speaker, we engaged as a committee and asked very pertinent questions. Why would the government of Kenya be paying debts on behalf of profit-making entities like Kenya Airways because they are now making profits? Yet, their burden is being passed over to Kenyans to pay at a premium rate. Madam Speaker, it is not just unacceptable, but something that maybe we need to interrogate further as to why members or investors in Kenya Airways would be enjoying dividends and pays, yet they cannot meet their obligation to pay up for loans that they took. Madam Speaker, well, it has not been captured in this CFS as a standalone loan that has been taken over, but of course we know that that has happened, and maybe in the near future, I believe that this committee will be bringing a report on the same. Madam Speaker, the next frontier that we realized is the issue of securitization, whereby the government now is taking advance loans based on a promise to pay from our collections, especially the fuel levy. But we also realized that the same is anticipated to be done in sports fund, whereby we want to get investors, give us their money, spend on a promise that from our collection, you'll be getting so much. It may be a very good frontier, but Madam Speaker, if not checked, we may find ourselves in headwoods in the future. And therefore, I thought that this is something, again, that our committee will look into so that then we call the relevant agencies and make sure that we get to the bottom of it. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the issue of pensions, many pensioners are not getting their pensions in time because we appropriate money here, but the exchequer releases are not coming in time. And therefore, we have so many pensioners, many people who've retired, but they cannot access their pay simply because Treasury has not released exchequer or the monies that they so badly need. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I wish to support the report and just I request that members give support so that then we make way forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable, yes, Honorable Owen Bayer. Then we'll have Honorable Makali Mulu after.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization Committee, led by the Honorable Abdi Shurie, for a good job done on this matter. And I want to commend each and every member of the committee. Honorable, debt is one of the issues that we grapple with as a country all the time. And this government came into power on the promise that we will reduce debt, Honorable Speaker. And one of the very unpleasant things about the previous regime was debt. People were borrowing money and money was being borrowed, but there was nothing really to show for it. And it became a clarion call, and Kenyans felt really burdened by debt, Honorable Speaker. But one of the interesting things, Honorable Speaker, that we must note and take immediate action on is that we have over 1 trillion of unutilized loans lying in our banks. Money has been borrowed, commitment fees made, interest accruing, and yet this money is there where government agencies and government and MDAs are not utilizing the money because people borrowed without a plan. Honorable Speaker, this hurts the economy because the reason why we even have a cash crunch, we have a problem of cash flow, is because debt payment is a fast charge. And when it is a fast charge, then you accumulate all the money, take it over 80% and give it out. And yet, you have the money lying in our banks. Honorable Speaker, I want this committee, the Abdi Shurie-led committee, to ensure that this money is disbursed and we get value for it. Otherwise, I don't want to use the word foolhardy, but I think it is that you borrow what you don't need and keep there, then burden the taxpayer with commitment fees, and yet you get to a level where exchequer is not available, like we have the case of CDF today. We can't get all the money. But probably the money was swept and paid for a debt that the money is lying in an account of an MDA that has been utilized. Honorable Speaker, those are bad manners, and I think we need to stop that. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, 89% of the Consolidated Fund services is projected to increase. I don't want to go to that point, but I have a very interesting point here, Honorable Speaker, that I want to speak on. This government, Honorable Speaker, according to the report, has not effectively harnessed non-debt financing options. Non-debt financing options. These non-debt financing options, Honorable Speaker, include things like grants. There are times when our bilateral and multilateral partners would rather give us a grant than a loan. But people who go out there to negotiate for money want to take a loan. Probably there's a negotiation fee, I don't know, for these loans, Honorable Speaker. But then, why don't we look at non-debt financing, which include grants, We have a lot of money right now, Honorable Speaker, in climate financing. We have money in concessional funding. We saw the expressway being built. We didn't take a loan on the expressway. But somehow it was built and users, motorists are paying for it. But sometimes the people that we want to trust with going out there to look for funds want to take loans instead of going for non-loan financing options. Honorable Speaker, and I want this committee, which is doing a good job, before a loan is signed, before this Kenya government commits itself to a loan, the question we must ask, was there an alternative? Was there an option? Could there have been an non-loan funding? Would there have been something that is... Honorable Speaker, I want you, if you can keep my time a little bit, I have a lot many things to talk about, Honorable Speaker. Add me like 4 minutes, because important things must be said on this. Honorable Speaker, before John Badi became minister, before John Badi became Minister for Finance, he sat there. We sat with him. He used to sit here, then he moved there. I used to sit somewhere there, Honorable Speaker. And every time the finance minister came, we asked this question with him. Why haven't you implemented the single treasury account? We kept on asking about that. The single treasury account, so that we can consolidate all the funds. But today, we still have funds that are actually in banks, we are borrowing our own money. To pay and pay interest on it. Because you have money in this bank, you have money on this bank, and that other bank, this account. When you go to KCB and say, we want an overdraft, they actually give you your own money that is lying there from another MDA. Honorable Speaker, this government must ensure that we have the single treasury account. I do not know the experts here. I know Makalimul is an expert on this thing. He might tell us. Why is it very difficult to establish a single account, treasury account? Why is it so difficult? What are the interests? What are the interests, Honorable Speaker? I want to speak like the member of Parliament for Kilifi North. Honorable Speaker, and I want to ask this question. Why is it difficult to establish a treasury single account to consolidate idle government cash balances and improve liquidity management and lower the government's borrowing costs? Honorable Speaker, why is it difficult? Why? And we know actually that is one of the panacea that we can use to consolidate funds and stop this problem of cash flows that we have, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, another very important thing that I would like to speak about, Honorable Speaker, apart from the single treasury account, is we have an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to redeem this country. Our multilateral lenders, we have seen, Honorable Speaker, us passing laws. I remember the interest bill. What was the name of that interest bill, Honorable Speaker? The one that we passed recently here. You know, that bill, yes, conflict of interest bill that we are passing here. Most probably some multilateral or bilateral lenders were pushing this bill in our throat because of funding. Because of funding, Honorable Speaker. Because we want to look for money. And therefore we are told, these unpalatable things you must pass, you must do this and this and this, because we must rely on some multilateral lending and loans and all that. And therefore, as a country, we have to be pushed through a path that we do not like. But I want to say in this August House, Honorable Speaker, if we consolidate all our funds, if we have one single treasury account, if we are careful about the loans that we are borrowing, we may not have to go to multilateral lenders, Honorable Speaker. Mwai Kibaki did it. The Honorable Mwai Kibaki did it. And I think it can still be done. I think we can still run this economy, the 6th largest in Africa, on funds that are available and not even raise single tax with, you know, if we do all these things, Honorable Speaker, we can bring down the tax, we can bring down VAT, we can bring down payslip taxes and all those kind of things and still manage this economy. I believe, Honorable Speaker, it is very possible. The only problem is we are careless in our borrowing. And even when we get the money, we are not even ready to implement those projects. That money lies in our accounts, and then we go back. We borrow money that has been loaned to us. So you actually pay double loan, interest and commitment fees, and then you also go back to the same bank again and borrow to pay salaries, Honorable Speaker. We need to find a way. Honorable Speaker, what is wrong with even having one county government account? One single county government. So that because one county government has money, a lot of it they're not using. Another county government, Honorable Speaker, does not have money. They go to a bank and borrow money that is there from another county, which is still government money. Honorable Speaker, we need to have a fiscal consolidation at another level to save us from always paying a lot of money and continue to borrow. The circle of borrowing, Honorable Speaker, unless we are careful, we shall continue that way and we will not move this country forward. I want to thank the committee for a job well done. Honorable Shuri, you are doing a very, very good job. If I was the boss, I would have given you something. But I think I will do that next time. But thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and this country must move forward without debt. I thank you.
Honorable Makale Mulu, member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank my chairman. I think I'm 2 months old out of that committee, and I must appreciate the good work they have done. And I also want to thank the Deputy Majority Leader for being candid. That's what Kenyans expect from all of us as members of Parliament, telling the country the truth. Honorable Speaker, the debt is at March 2025 is 11.6 trillion. Out of that, you find over the years, we have been having more external debt than domestic debt. But now the ratio seems to have changed, Honorable Speaker. We are doing now 46% external, 54% domestic, which means we are borrowing more domestically. If you look at the report currently, it is proposing, the proposed debt ratios, the mix, what we call debt mix, is that 2% external, 68% domestic, which means now we rely more on domestic debt as opposed to external debt. The disadvantage with that is that the domestic debt is always more expensive. To make things worse, it has a shorter repayment period. So what will happen to our interest? Interest will keep on increasing, and you realize that even the mix in terms of the share of, in terms of total interest, the share of domestic interest payment will be higher. And I think if we want to manage our debt properly, Honorable Speaker, these are some of the things we must get them right. Honorable Speaker, what has been written in this report, I think it's almost everything is like we've said it before. The issue of commitment fee. Imagine, Honorable Speaker, up to now, this financial year which we are implementing, we have paid commitment fee amounting to about 770 million from July 1st to date. 770 million. Kenyans, I think we really need to do something. And that's why I agree with you, David Majority Leader. You know, Honorable Mbanda has been one of us many, many years. And we have been on these benches together saying these things. Now he's the man holding the steering wheel, but things are not changing. I really want to urge him that things can change, because if they don't change, Honorable Speaker, we have a problem. Issues of counterpart funding, Honorable Speaker. Why do you get a loan and you don't have your local share of the loan so that you continue paying commitment fee? Just poor financial management. Now, the elephant in the room. This animal called securitization, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to thank Chairman for having picked this. What has happened, Kenyans, is that now the government is able to get some money in advance. And the security is the money we expect to collect. For example, we are collecting fuel levy, 7 shillings per liter, And on the base side, because that money will be flowing always, that money now the government can take some money in advance, lump sum, and then the payment will be coming from that levy on a monthly basis. We have already taken that money, and that's the money we have used to pay about 40% to all the contractors for them to move back to continue the works. It sounds excellent, but I can tell you, as somebody who appreciates these financial issues, that the challenge you have with that, and I can see my time is, the challenge we have with that, honorable members, the challenge we have with that, what happens is you are tying your
extra 3 minutes.
You are tying your cash flows in advance for repayments. So what happens if by bad luck, this house decides to say we are removing the 7 shillings fuel levy next budget? What happens to the repayments? They will be stuck. You will not be able to move. And that's why we are saying this as an area we need to move very cautiously. We need to be very cautious and move to this direction. The other effect is, which is critical, is in 2 years we'll be having elections. And elections are elections. They can go either way. Assuming we get another government which says we are not going to charge any fuel levy of 7 shillings, or we are not going to continue the sports fund, because that's the other area we want to go to. What it means basically then, the other government coming will have a challenge paying this money. And I think we really need to get worried, because it means we've already tied our hands in terms of cash flow. And what will happen is the so-called fiscal consolidation as we move to the future will just become a story. It will never be a reality. And I think really, honorable members, if we want to help this country, time has come when we must all come together and help Treasury get out some of these things. Deputy Majority Leader, you have talked about the single account, single Treasury account. That's the most important account we need in this country. Why can't we tell the Waziri Bandi that unless we have it operational by 1st July, we are not going to discuss anything coming from you? Because it will help this country. As you said, Deputy Majority Leader, we have money lying all over the accounts, government money. And that's the money we are borrowing through buying treasury bills, treasury bonds. So the government is using the money to buy their own money, and at the end of the day, you are paying interest. So it makes all of us look very bad. So to me, I think we need to help Treasury so that we get some of these things right for the sake of our country. Honorable members, I want to share with you some experience. About 2 weeks ago, we had a serious conference on debt transparency, aligning legal frameworks to good practice. And in that meeting, we had the former finance minister from Ghana. You are all aware Ghana has restructured their public debt. What they told us, in very clear terms, Kenyans pray God that will never go through a debt restructuring. It is a very bad experience. And that's where we are heading, Kenyans. So if it is possible, Majority Leader, Deputy Majority Leader on this side, we need to make sure that we run away from public debt restructuring as a country if we want to help our Kenyans. And this will be good for our future generations, colleagues. So there are some things we must do for public interest and put our political interests aside. And by doing that, we'll be helping ourselves, we'll be helping our children, and we'll be helping our future generations, so that when they come to this country, they will be saying, we are honorable members of the 13th Parliament who set the right foundation for financial management of this country. If we go that direction, honorable members, I can tell you we'll be helping this country. So even when I look at this report, and this one I've seen my Majority Leader coming in. Majority Leader, allow me just to address you, please. This House has made such important recommendations, but they're never implemented. Can you help us get these things implemented? For sure, if they are implemented, we'll never talk about borrowing. We'll have enough money in this country to do our things. But as Honorable Shuria has said, bad financial manners are taking us the wrong direction. So can we work as a team and say, whatever recommendation we make here as a House, let's implement them. If we do that, it will be good for this country. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I submit, and I want to thank you for that additional 2 minutes so that I make my submission. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Member for Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Tharaka is my constituency. Tharaka Nithi is my county. but both names are suitable, especially with my aspirations now to move to Tharaka Nithi County. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, allow me to support this report by the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization, chaired by the Honorable Shurie. A good job has been done because we need reports like this from time to time so that we know the position of the country when it comes to public debt. We know very well that quite often we are crippled by public debt. And sometimes we are told the country is on the verge of receivership. That is, we are not able to pay our debts and our lenders may actually make a run on us, as a result of which we would possibly go under, as some countries have actually experienced. There is reprieve that public debt is now going down, and that burden means that there may be money that we would have used for public debt, which will now realize development. We are just in the middle of making the budget, and it is of concern to everybody that most of the revenue we have is for recurrent expense. And that recurrent expense includes Consolidated Fund Services, CFS, that is repayment of our debts, whether international, local, or the other recurrent expenses. We need, as a matter of fact, to now look at how much we have and how much we have to spend, both recurrent and on repaying debts, because Kenyans are anxious that they are not seeing development as they should actually be seen. It is important also to commend that as we do this budget, and in spite of every observation made by experts like Honorable Makale Mulu, that we may be buying our own money, we may be trading our own money, there is visibility going to the country and especially rural constituencies of development taking place. That whichever way we have to unlock the stored projects, the stored roads, which have caused anxiety amongst our constituents, that here we are, we were promised this tarmac road, it is started and then went down. At least we are now unlocking part of this money by whatever means to ensure that contractors are back on site and that we are realizing the roads which we were promised or which we ourselves as leaders promised. We know that interest is a concern, but unfortunately money is expensive and a return for money borrowed is interest. So Honorable Shuri and his committee, as you make recommendations on all the other aspects, look at this interest so that we are able to advise on the most feasible ways of borrowing money, less expensive, whether it is through grants or that we have to realize development through PPPs so that we do not have to incur most of this interest, which is becoming worrisome. There is a pending bill in this House on the amendment of the Treaty Making Agreement Act so that this House is involved even in agreements, loan agreements, borrowings of more than $1 billion from inception to the end. This, we've said, is a good law because it will ensure that this House monitors how we move ahead with the borrowing. So the recommendations made are good recommendations. Let them not to become dead letter recommendations, but recommendations that will help our economy as it grows. With those remarks, I beg to support the adoption of the report.
The Honorable Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me also rise to support the report by the Chairman, Public Debt and Privatization Committee on the report on the Consolidated Fund Services expenditure for the estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying I've perused the report, and let me admit that the committee has been bold enough to tell it as it is, even though there have been a check in the tongue, checked and edited the reality of the matter. One fact that have made it very clear, even though they have tried to put it softly or try to hide the truth, the fact of the matter that public debt has been rising unabated. If you look at the graphs that are being plotted by various institutions involved in economic matters, it has been a positive trend, meaning public debt has been rising against what we were told by this government during the campaign period, they are going to reduce public debt. Honorable Speaker, and I want the Kenyan people to know that at the moment, it's estimated that public debt stands at 11.36 trillion. That's as by 31st March 2025. And Honorable Chair, Speaker, and the member of Power Kenya must know there's been this unending debate about the odious debt, a debt who nobody knows where it is, and a debt nobody knows who procured it, and what it was used to cover. So, Honorable Speaker, there is a growing feeling, and this feeling must be resolved or addressed by the new CS in Treasury, that the actual stock of debt in Kenya is unknown. Whatever we are always being given are being estimates. Honorable Speaker, the report has highlighted very many facts, which we all know, but probably many have been afraid or been afraid to pick them out. Honorable Speaker, and I want to read paragraph 12 of the report, the last sentence. Just basically it says the interest, it has increased tremendously compared to the previous years, but the most serious statement every Kenyan must be aware wherever they are seated. This elevated burden not only heightens interest rate risks, but also crowds out essential government investments and inflates the cost of financing the fiscal deficit. They have told us the economy is doing well. Reality on the ground is different. Second, Honorable Speaker, it clearly says, the report, and I'm not quoting anyone, I'm quoting this report, that there is no relief in the foreseeable future. If you are going to go to paragraph 13, it continuously highlights the challenges facing this economy. And this basically clearly states that the interest payment as share of GDP is expected to increase from 3.2 in 2015 to about 5.7, while development expenditure will decline from 7.2% to 3.5%. This inverse trend signals a structural crowding out effect where escalating public debt obligations are displacing capital investments in infrastructure, education, and other development-enabling sectors. The opportunity cost is stuck. Resources that could stimulate economic transformation and improve welfare are increasingly diverted towards debt servicing past borrowing. Honorable Speaker, we can't tell it more than we have done. The truth of the matter, we are not doing well. And the earlier we accept it and reflect, the better. And I think the committee must continuously be bold enough and tell it all to avoid this sugarcoating that we have been fed all over, the rhetoric we have been fed all over. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the minority deputy whip is in government and he should stop lamenting and get the government working. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Aden Daud.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise also to support this report. I must confess that I'm a member of the committee that has prepared this report. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about the report by the other speakers, but I want to highlight one thing. in our MTDS, our medium-term debt strategy, we have passed this House has passed a debt strategy mix of 75% domestic borrowing and 25% foreign borrowing. Madam Speaker, the problem with our budgets and problem with getting money from the Consolidated Fund is normally because of tax collections do not come at the time they are supposed to become. We always have a problem with our tax collection, and therefore we use domestic borrowing to do what we call to buttress our tax collections. It is the committee in its report is urging the National Treasury and the Central Bank to front load the borrowings, the domestic borrowing, so that our cash flow does not become a problem. A lot of ministries and departments have been used to what they call lack of cash flow or lack of exchequer from Treasury. The reason we are lacking exchequer is because our cash flows do not come at the time when ministries and departments are in need of that money. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is the issue of securitization. It is within this report that there is a new animal that the national government is using called securitization. That is borrowing upfront using revenues that are supposed to come. The example of securitization that this country has done so far, and I believe that without approval of Parliament, is the Kenya Roads Board securitization of the RMLF funds of 7 shillings that has been done to repay or to pay pending bills. This kind of borrowing, one, brings contingent liability. We borrow for 10 years, 15 years on monies that we think will come from our road maintenance levy fund. We are, as a country, going green. Our president is the chair of Climate Change, African Head of States Climate Change Forum. We are encouraging our vehicles to be electric or to be green. Yet we are borrowing on monies thinking that we will be using fossil fuel, 7 shillings per liter of fossil fuel. By borrowing, we are creating a debt, and that debt will be borne by the next generation. We are borrowing that money to repay pending bills. It is not for development. It is for pending bills. Therefore, I urge this House to be very aware of the issue of securitization. The Debt Committee will bring more reports on this issue, and the House should at least come up with a policy on how that intergenerational borrowing, we are borrowing now and loading it to the generations to come. Finally, Madam Speaker, the issue of single treasury account. We borrow money through domestic borrowing. All the MDAs are putting their money in banks. That very money from the public is being used by banks to buy bonds and pay interest on that. Because of that, this committee has recommended that we have a single treasury account. This is not the first time we are recommending. We have recommended it last year and the year before. It is time that Parliament, through the Committee on Implementations, become serious and force Treasury to adopt the single treasury account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi, member for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to raise a few issues as to accuracy of some of the statements in this report, but also to invite the committee to inform the House as to why probably they cannot report on additional matters that I think are pertinent to enable this House to deliberate effectively. Honorable Chair, I have noted under paragraph 1991 and 92 that the securitization of the road maintenance levy fund is ongoing. The way it is reported here, it appears that this is a process that is ongoing. But I think over 65 billion has been raised under this securitization program and actually disbursed to the contractors. So it is not clear to me whether this additional 175 billion is additional to the 65 billion that has already been raised. It would be important to get some clarification on this. Honorable Chair. And I share the same sentiments as members of the committee. Securitization is just consuming what you don't have ahead. And all countries that have gone that route, Angola is a classic example, that used its oil revenues to securitize and invite Chinese to build 600, 700 kilometers of roads for them and apartments that nobody has ever occupied. It always ends up in tears. But nonetheless, I think this committee would do us more justice if in future they give us a flavor of what the debt sustainability framework for Kenya is. In other words, there's a lot of numbers here and narratives, but we are not seeing a debt stress analysis, a cash flow stress analysis. I think we need to see something like that. That will wake up everybody that we are likely to default in 6 months or in 1 year or in 2 years. As it is today, it is, you can read this and you can tell there's a problem coming, but you can't predict when, because the analytical tool is missing. I am sure we have very competent staff that can give us a debt stress test and cash flow stress test for Kenya, whether we are a going concern or we will soon be bankrupt. And finally, Madam Speaker, on this single national treasury account, I'm aware there is e-citizen, and I would have loved to hear something from the committee as to how the e-citizen framework will interface with a single national account treasury account, because I think there are some connections there. But I'm not seeing that. And finally, on the Kenya Airways issue, where we've inherited private sector debt or a company that is maybe strategic or of national importance, but somehow held by the private sector, there's clear case of conflict of interest here. And probably the committee was shy to talk about it. But I think as Parliament, we need to share this information out. Why is it that it was only Kenya Airways that was guaranteed that amount of money? Why? And what is the committee recommending about it? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion. Honorable Speaker, as my good friend Dr. Makali Mulu was saying, if you go through the recommendations of this committee's report, indeed, we will need to do very little if all these recommendations are adopted, or rather, since we are likely to adopt them, if they are implemented by the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, allow me to pick up from where the member from Homa Bay, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, has stopped on the single treasury account. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, last year, during debate of this same report, we had this recommendation. And I think the danger is that we only put it as a recommendation with no timelines. And I was wishing, how I wish the committee had put specific timelines. But this also points to a problem also with the House Implementation Committee. Because once the House resolves, we cannot be doing things in vain here. And we purpose to have a committee of implementation, not to just hold meetings in rooms up here and wait for allowances, but to hold meetings and follow up on all House resolutions. And I don't think there's any other resolution that is as important as the resolutions we make on finance matters, and especially around the issue of debt. Because, Honorable Speaker, this single treasury account, and I remember about 6 or so years ago, saying in this house, there are bureaucrats in government who will never allow, at their own volition, the implementation of the single treasury account, because they are minting hundreds of millions by holding money in bank accounts, getting kickbacks from commercial banks. And that is how it is, Honorable Speaker. And I have no fear of contradiction when I say that, because I know. I have been an auditor in this country. I have worked in the financial services sector. I know what happens. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is up to the implementation committee of this House to ensure that this particular recommendation on the single treasury account is actualized. And how I wish that even as we move, Honorable Chair, you would insert a small amendment to put a timeline on the implementation of this treasury single account. Give them probably 30 to 45 days. To Honorable Speaker, because like the society we are in, Honorable Speaker, we as a House and as a country, we all live in the same country. Last year, during the State of the Nation address, none other than President William Ruto pronounced himself right in this House and asked the National Treasury that by the first quarter of 2025, everybody must be on e-procurement. We must ask ourselves, are we now towards the tail end of the second quarter, are we on e-procurement in all sectors of government? Because, Honorable Speaker, if there is no follow-through to these pronouncements, if there is no action being taken by those who ought to be taking action, and that is none other than committees of this House that must ensure that whatever is pronounced in this House is implemented, Honorable Speaker, then we will go through the motions every year saying have a single treasury account. The president will pronounce himself on the question of e-procurement, but it will never be done because people are eating heavily from the manual procurement processes that exist, Honorable Speaker. And I've seen, Honorable Speaker, in some of these government parastatals, interestingly, you find a procurement process that is tailored or skewed in a way that it will only go to one contractor or one service provider. PPRA jots down an opinion and attempts to stop that procurement. 2-3 weeks later, the same agency, PPRA, gives a go-ahead for that procurement process. Then you wonder, why in the first place then do you seek to stop that procurement process? And all these things can only be brought to an end if we go to e-procurement, Honorable Speaker, and that is why we must support what the President pronounced himself on the question of e-procurement, because it has a bearing on our debt levels. The huge amounts of pending bills emanate from procurement processes that take forever. And people procure towards the end of the financial year like now, incur expenditure, but you don't pay, and they are rolled over to July in the new financial year, they end up accumulating into pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must be the ones to assist the President. We must be the ones to assist, not the President, but the country, because ensuring the implementation of the single treasury account is helping Kenya. Implementation of e-procurement by the National Treasury is helping Kenya. And I hope the Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury and his Principal Secretary are listening. And if they are, because they are coming here tomorrow, I hope to hear in his statement tomorrow an update on where the National Treasury is on implementation of e-procurement across all sectors in government, Honorable Speaker, including the National Assembly and Parliament as an institution. Because, Honorable Speaker, you also chair the Parliamentary Service Commission, and it is also an arm of government. Honorable Speaker, moving on to some of the other recommendations on the opportunity cost that is arising from interest being waived, and especially for the case example that were given or rather I have gone through, seen in the report of Kenya Airways, that government borrows money from T-bills at a rate of 9 or 10%, then you lend the same money to KQ at 3% or 5%. Why? Why can't Kenya Airways go and borrow from the market at 10%? Because you are basically subsidizing a private company as much as government as a shareholder in that company. And therefore, we must be careful that if we are borrowing money to on lend to another government agency or a government parastatal, then it must be lent to that parastatal at an equivalent interest or probably at a small premium. Kenya Airways, if they couldn't get a commercial loan at 15%, why can't they pay that loan if we borrowed at 9%, at 10 or 11% or 12% like in Asako? And it will still be at a discount compared to the commercial loans that they would otherwise have gotten, Honorable Speaker, because this is where we lose money. And as the chair and the vice chair, Honorable Makali, was saying, or rather the immediate former vice chair and a diligent member of this committee, Honorable Makali, was saying, we continue to lose money that way. Two, Honorable Speaker, is a question of commitment fees that we are paying for loans. And again, the committee has rightly noticed, I noticed in the observations, that, Honorable Speaker, this is emanating largely from loans that we have committed to, but we do not allocate or give adequate money, appropriate adequate money to pay the counterpart financing or the financing that ought to come from the government of Kenya. And it's in all sectors, especially the water sector. I have seen many, many projects in the water sector, in the energy sector, and a few in the road sector where you need counterpart funding. And because money during budget making process is not appropriated, adequate money to pay for the counterpart funding, then you end up not having these loans disbursed. You have paid commitment fees. At times you have even paid insurance against those loans. And that is money lost because you are not deriving what you ought to have derived from the money you ought to borrow, Honorable Speaker. And I'm glad I had about 2 or 3 weeks ago the Comptroller of Budget speak to the same issue about commitment fees, interest that we pay and insurance that we pay on these undisbursed loans. And we therefore must ensure that for every loan that we sign for, because the National Treasury, there is no loan that will be signed for by anybody in government, whether it is those in the energy sector, whether it's in the water sector, whether it is Kenya Airways that you are guaranteeing, there is no loan that will be signed for that the National Treasury is not aware. And if one hand in the National Treasury is the one signing for these loans, and the other hand is the one preparing the budget estimates, what is so difficult to ensure that you have provided adequate resources to pay for the counterpart funding and commitment fees so that we don't continue incurring costs? And therefore, that's why I want to agree with Honorable Makali and the committee that if we implement all the recommendations of this committee, and now that I see Honorable Makali just walked back in, I was saying, Honorable Makali, if there is somebody who has let us down as a house and as a country, is our own implementation committee, the Committee on Implementation. Because all these recommendations that we make here, year in, year out, it is up to that committee to follow up. I would wait for the day I see the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, the Director General in charge of public debt, the Principal Secretary in the National Treasury, before the Implementation Committee telling the country why it is taking them so long to have a single treasury account, while government continues to borrow its own money, because government largely is borrowing its own money. If you look at the money being held by, for instance, the Kenya Roads Board in commercial banks, you'll be shocked. Even road agencies that owe billions to contractors, you will find them holding money in bank accounts. Look at the bank accounts of the National Lands Commission, Honorable Speaker. You'll be shocked. Money lying there, idle money, that is being used by the commercial banks where they have banked to trade and trade with government, lend it back to government, government pays at an interest. And Honorable Speaker, if that is not insider trading, I don't know whether it's insider trading or whatever it is, Honorable Speaker, but we are saying we are guilty as charged. very guilty, because these are simple things that should take a very short time to implement, and I must challenge our implementation committee to ensure that the National Treasury and all other agencies that are charged with implementing many of these recommendations in this report and other previous reports are implemented fully, so that we realize the gains that we ought to realize and save on our public debt spending. Honorable Speaker, if you read through this report, you see between 2015, 2016 to now 2025, 2026, the committee is telling us that the public debt interest payments as a share of our GDP has grown from 3.2% in 2015-2016 to a projected 5.7% in 2025-2026. Very huge leap, almost doubling, because is just 0.7% to be double what it was about 10 years ago, Honorable Speaker. Consequently, as that number goes up, the development expenditure has also been going down from a high of 7.2% in 2015-2016 to 3.5% in 2025-2026. A country that is spending 3.5% on development expenditure, Honorable Speaker, as a share of GDP, cannot grow at the rate that we want our country to grow. We must devote more money to development expenditure. And, Honorable Speaker, I noticed that as much as the committee speaks about other sources of financing, off-balance sheet sources of financing, Honorable Speaker, we must commend at least this administration. For the first time, a number of the huge infrastructure projects happening are happening from the fund, the housing fund, like the housing that is going on, that is helping to spur economic growth in the country. But you can imagine what would happen if we had that level of investment going in the construction of roads, construction of dams and water ponds across the country to ensure that people have adequate water, there's enough water storage capacity in the country to cater for our use during the dry season, Honorable Speaker. It would spur very good economic growth in the country and therefore reduce on the amounts that we have to borrow, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is on resource mobilization. And I know this is usually a very uncomfortable debate to engage with anybody. Right from Caesar's time in the Bible, when Jesus said, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give unto God what belongs to God. We are coming to that season, Honorable Speaker, when we must, and I look forward to hearing from the Cabinet Secretary tomorrow on the revenue-raising measures. But as we speak about debt levels, we must bear in mind that as also we passed the expenditure estimates this morning, we must bear in mind that that goes hand in hand with the level of resources that we are able to mobilize locally from our own taxes. Because unless and until we are able to mobilize adequate resources to cater for our expenditure, then we will continue to expand on our fiscal deficit, and that expansion of the fiscal deficit ends up with a lot of public debt borrowing or increased borrowing from our public coffers, or rather to finance our public expenditure. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, allow me to end there, but close by again appealing to the chair of to ensure that they have ensured that all these recommendations in this committee's report are implemented fully. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, I have a very keen interest on that single treasury account and, of course, other issues that I have mentioned, especially around e-procurement to save on government expenditure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think we're done, yeah? The Honorable Kainan. Do you want to speak to this? I see you've pressed the button. You have pressed the button, Honorable Kainan. Oh, by mistake. Okay. Honorable Suleka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. On the onset, let me congratulate the members of this committee, which I am also a member. We've worked tirelessly and exceptionally well to produce this report, and this committee is a good representation of the House in undertaking its oversight mandate. Honorable Speaker, even though the public debt service is projected at 1.9 trillion in the financial year 2025-2026, this will be the lowest debt service level over the medium term. This gives us a short-term relief that must be used wisely. We should also take this opportunity to improve how we execute the budget and redirect towards investment that grow the economy in the long term. Honorable Speaker, we've also seen a steady rise in non-discretionary spending, especially on debt service and pensions. This puts a lot of pressure on the cash flow. To ensure the budget runs smoothly, we must also improve on our cash forecasting systems and coordinate better between dates and cash management teams. This will also help us manage the short-term liquidity pressures. Honorable Speaker, there is also a serious concern that was raised. That was on the wasteful spending, particularly on the commitment fees. In the first 9 months of the financial year 2024-2025, the government paid over Kenya shillings 770 million in commitment fees. We must also stop this by ensuring development partners fully disburse funds. This means we must honor our counterpart funding obligations. What happens is we usually sign contracts, we look for funding that we don't have the co-funding ready. So in the long run, we will be unable to meet our obligation in funding those projects. Then the donors will refuse to release the funds, thus leading to this huge payment of commitment fees. Honorable Speaker, we also need to increase on the investment in development. Development spending plays a big role in supporting public debt repayment in the long term, and also improving the debt sustainability for the country. However, the investment share of the GDP has dropped sharply from 19.5 from the year 2015-2016 up to 2025-2026, we are at 4.1%. We also need to change this percentage by putting more capital projects, diversifying the economy and creating jobs for our youth. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue of single treasury account is very critical and very important for this country. We are losing a lot. Ministries, government agencies and departments have cash lying in their accounts, and at the end of the day, we end up borrowing more money. That means we also need to put a lot of pressure on Treasury to make sure that we have this single Treasury account in the long run that is going to solve all our liquidity problems and is going to solve most of our investment and development projects in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those who are interested in speaking, put the intervention button. Honorable Timothy Toretich, I see you press the button. Yes. Are you ready? So, honorable members, with your permission, we are going to rearrange it as rearrange the order paper as follows. We are just done with order number 10, which we shall put the question at a later time. We shall now move to order number 15, which we have now renamed as order number 11. And so I'd like that order called out. And then after that, we shall move to order number 12. What was number 12 will remain as number 12. And then we shall move to what is number 16 becomes order number 13. And thereafter, what is order number 11 will become order number 14. So now you can call the next order. Committee of the Whole. Okay, Honorable Shuria, you may reply. Then we can move to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank members for supporting the report, and we truly appreciate their support and their views and where we need to improve on, and we sincerely thank them. And Honorable Speaker, on that note, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall put the question at a later time. Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House, the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024.
Who is the chair sports? Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole when the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024. Clause 3. Chairperson. I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Move of the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that clause 3 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 3 of the bill be amended in paragraph B by deleting the words "and cultural expression" and substituting, therefore, the words culture, culture heritage, and culture property.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now put the question that clause 3, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover? Just leave it here, then both of us can use it.
I beg to move that clause 4 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 4 of the bill be amended in subclause 2 by deleting the words cultural activities, expressions, and practices, and substituting, therefore, the words culture and culture heritage.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 5 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper, that clause 5 of the bill be amended, A, in subclause 1, by deleting the word expressions appearing in paragraph B and substituting, therefore, the word property. 2, by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph G. GA, in consultation with institutions specializing in statistics, collecting, processing, and maintaining national statistics data on cultural heritage. GB, developing mechanisms for restitution and repatriation of illegally acquired cultural property. GC, establishment of linkages with institutions undertaking research on Kenya's cultures and cultural heritage. GD, establishment of National Cultural Center for promotion of cultural participation and fostering of creativity.
I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 6 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 6 of the bill be amended, A, by deleting the words cultural heritage and cultural expression appearing in paragraph C and substituting, therefore, the words culture and culture heritage. B, by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph B. BA, establishment and management of county cultural institutions. BB, in consultation with institutions specializing in statistics, collecting, processing, and maintaining county statistical data on cultural heritage.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
So these are without amendments. I propose the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I now propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. I now put the question that... Oh, it has an amendment, sorry. I now propose the... Yes, mover?
I beg to move that clause 13 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper, that clause 13 of the bill be amended, A, by deleting subclause 1 and substituting, therefore, the following new subclause. 1, a person who wishes to register a property as a cultural property under this act shall apply to the county government or the cabinet secretary in the prescribed manner, provided that an application made to the cabinet secretary shall only be done after the property has been registered by a county government. B, in subclause 3, by deleting the words or person appearing immediately after the words register the property. C, in subclause 5, by deleting the words or a person, and D, in subclause 6, by deleting the words or a person.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 be amended, be part of, clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 14, 15, and 16.
I propose the question that clause 14, 15, and 16 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 14, 15, and 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 17 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 17 of the bill be amended, A, in the marginal note by deleting the words cultural expressions and substituting, therefore, the words culture, culture heritage, and culture property. And B, by deleting the words cultural expressions as national expressions and substituting, therefore, the words culture, culture heritage, and culture property.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 18 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper, that clause 18 of the bill be amended, A, in the marginal note by deleting the words cultural heritage and expressions and substituting, therefore, the words culture, heritage, cultural heritage, and cultural property. B, in the subclause 2 by deleting the words cultural heritage and expressions and substituting, therefore, the words culture, cultural heritage, and cultural property. And C, in subclause 4 by inserting the word it, by inserting the word it immediately after the words where there is or might be a cultural heritage if.
I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed? Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now therefore put the question that clause 18 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I now propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 20 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 20 of the bill be amended A in subclause 1, I, by deleting the words a cultural expression appearing in paragraph F and substituting therefore the words cultural property. 2, by deleting paragraph H and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. H, conducts an activity or development at a cultural property or cultural heritage site without the requisite permit or license. 3, by deleting the words cultural expression appearing in paragraph I and substituting therefore the words cultural property. B, by deleting subclause 2 and substituting therefore the following new subclause. 2, a person who commits an offense under this section shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to both.
I propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 22 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 22 of the bill be amended by deleting the word 10 and substituting therefore the word 2.
I propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 22 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 24 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 24 of the bill be amended by deleting the words imprisonment for life and substituting therefore the words a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to both.
I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
I propose the question that clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I now propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 33 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper. That clause 33 of the bill be amended in subclause 2 by deleting paragraph G and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. G, prescribing the manner of interlinkage with research institutions in regard to research relating to culture.
I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that the schedule to the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper, that the schedule to the bill be amended by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph 4.
I propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover?
I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be amended as it appears in the order paper, that clause 2 of the bill be amended in the definition of cultural property by deleting paragraph D and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. D, buildings and architectural designs. B, by deleting the definition of cultural expression. C, by deleting the definition of culture. D, in the definition of protection, by deleting the word expression and substituting therefore the words cultural property. E, by inserting the following new definition in its proper alphabetic sequence. Culture means the set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of a community or a social group, and includes the lifestyle, social interactions, value systems, traditions, beliefs, language, ideas, customs, codes, institutions, works of art, rituals, and ceremonies.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now propose, let me take that again. I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I now propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move the reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee to report to the House its considerations of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, and its approval, therefore, with amendments.
I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Chairperson?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the House, whole House, has considered the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Murungara to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to second.
Honorable members, I will propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I will put the question. We shall put the question at a later time. Next order.
Order number 12, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, resumption of debate.
Who was the last person? Who was the last person to speak during resumption of debate? Honorable Oundo had a balance of 4 minutes. He's not here. Okay, so we shall just move to Honorable Mishimboko.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the Learners with Disability Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I'm looking to this bill, Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill, the Learners with Disability Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill fulfills both our constitutional and international obligation. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at Article 53 of the Constitution, it guarantees every child the right to free and compulsory basic education, Honorable Speaker. And again, additional to Kenya, Kenya is a signatory to part of international treaties, especially those who talk the right for persons with disability and the right to education, Honorable Speaker. And Kenya has put some sign, or rather, they have been signatory in part of the treaties, international treaties, that is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking to clause 5 of the bill, which guarantees learners with disability equal access to equal education. Honorable Speaker, when you are talking about equal access to quality education, we need also to ask ourselves, are we having proper infrastructure in terms of school for special needs? I'm just looking to these children who are blind, children who are dumb and deaf, children who have autism, children who suffer from spina bifida and hydrocephalus. And when you are saying that they can access education, do we have proper infrastructure? Because still in our normal school, we had put a policy whereby we need to have some units which can cater for children with disability. But Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunately that we have only few schools who have adhered to this request as per the policy, Honorable Speaker, making it very, very difficult for our children with disability to access education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to know which are these barriers which hinder these children to access education. And when we have so, and they become a challenge, we need to look for solutions to ensure that it is true and they really actualize their dreams in terms of education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at clause 6 and 7, which clarify the shared responsibility. And this responsibility, Honorable Speaker, is between the parents and the government.
Honorable Mishi,
Yes.
order. Honorable Mishi, I like the contributions you're making. This is a very unique bill. May I get your views on clause 5, which you are just keeping, 5G?
Yeah, clause 5 of the bill guarantees learners with disability equal access to equal education. Yeah, it means we need to ensure that those barriers which hinder our children or other person with disability to access education, we need to have solution as a country and as a government. That is what I said, Honorable Speaker.
I get you, Honorable Mili. And Honorable Kajwang, do you have this bill? This provision, Honorable Mishi is speaking to, is very important. Yeah. There is clause 5G, you could look at it. But Honorable Mishi, the concern I'm raising is that if these are learners with disability, I know what the bill is intending. But when you say they shall be accorded equal treatment with other learners who possibly do not have disability, won't you be entrenching the discrimination? I don't understand.
Maybe you didn't get my point. Yeah, because when you say that they need to have equal access to quality education, equal access to quality education, for them even to have that quality education, they need also to have proper infrastructure.
You may proceed. I see the chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and the chair for the Departmental Committee on Education are looking at it and may contribute on that point I'm making later. Contribute.
Okay.
And I thank you for the contributions which are making us realize how important this bill is.
Yeah.
You may proceed. The minutes we have taken during your intervention are added to your time.
Okay. And also we need to say that these learners with disability, they should not be denied admission and rather participation due to their disability. Because we have seen in some community that person with disability are being denied access to admission maybe. Because maybe there are no units in those schools for special needs children, or rather there's no proper infrastructure in terms of school which cater for those needs special children. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about clause 6 and clause 7, which talked about shared responsibility, and that is of parents and government. Well, the government will ensure there is proper infrastructure, maybe there is a supply of equipment, and maybe learning aids like the Braille, those for the deaf. The parents should ensure that they take responsibility to enroll their children to school so that they can access education. And failure to that, maybe going in future, we need to get some regulation or rather some laws to ensure that any parents who deny a child not to access education due to his or her disability, there's something which is going to be done so that at least all of those children or persons with disability can have access to education. Honorable Speaker, clause 9 through 14 strengthen the management and governance of special needs education institutions. Honorable Speaker, in our school, we have what we call Board of Management. This Board of Management take care of the management of the school. But in future, and it is good, or rather it is prudent, to ensure that this BOM, they need to have composition of the teachers, the parents, and also maybe an expert, or rather somebody who understands the special needs of this person or children with disability, Honorable Speaker, so that when they are doing their meetings, they are doing their contribution and deliberation, it's going to be a person who is informed on what is going to be done so that this person with disability or other children, they can access education without any kind of hindrance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 35 and 36 establish robust quality assurance mechanism and assign county government the responsibility to monitor and maintain education standard. Honorable Speaker, we have what we call the quality assurance, who just go to schools and just see to ensure that the quality of education which is given to the children or to the person is of the standard which is required by the government or rather by the policy. So we need to ensure that at least there's somebody who's going to be doing monitoring and evaluation and take the responsibility to ensure this person with disability. I'm looking to a child with cerebral palsy. A child with cerebral palsy is not just like any other normal child. It's a different child because of the status he is or she is. So we need also to know how do we ensure that such kind of person or children, they have what we call standard and quality education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunately up to date we still have some buildings or some education institution whereby you go and you fail to see the infrastructure done in favor of person with disability. You don't see a ramp or you don't see where the children with disability can go. Or you go to a school, there is a playing field, but there's no playing field which is special for those children with special need, Honorable Speaker. So when we are talking about education, education is so vast and education, it involves a lot. So going in future, we need also to ensure that when we want this children or this person to realize their dreams in terms of education, we need to ensure all the factors which are necessary and which are key to ensure that all those challenges which affected or have been affecting these children historically, then we have some solution in them. And going forward, even when we are doing our budgeting, we need also to ensure that what are we putting? Where do we add? Like now, I've seen that in terms of social protection, we have added some money for transfer for those persons with disability, for the orphans and other vulnerable groups. So, Honorable Speaker, I think as a way forward, we need to know as a country that we are really putting some priority in those areas which will ensure that the persons or children with disability can access education without any kind of discrimination, without being isolated, or without being hindered or rather denied admission to schools or rather to universities and other training colleges. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's wrong with this thing? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this very important bill that has emanated from the Senate. And I must commend the Senate. For the first time, we are debating something serious from that House. Most of the time, they have been glossing over their bills, most of which do not see light of the day when they come here. But this is an important bill because children living with disabilities and also other human beings, even adults living with disabilities, sometimes they are taken to be a curse to the society. And most of the African societies, especially pre-colonial, were not treating these people with any dignity at all. They thought it was a curse, so the easier thing to do was to cast them out and possibly end their lives. We have moved from that today to embracing these people who are differently enabled. It's not that they got a disability per se, it's the enabling that is different. Because if we looked at all human beings, most of them have a disability of one type or the other. It's only that some are not pronounced, some are not visible, and some of them we do not want to talk about, but they are disabilities. I always look upon Honorable Sankok, David Sankok. He's a member of Yala, who is a person who has lived with a disability since he was a young boy. He took it with a stride, and he has made every possible good thing out of it because he's taken it as an advantage and not a disadvantage. Because differently, people enabled differently have disadvantages which they can exploit to make their lives better. Therefore, today, as we debate how we should educate our children with disabilities, we must look upon this with our two eyes and consider it very important that these children do get an education as equal as any other child whom we treat as a normal child. The bill is very important. If you allow me kindly to gloss over it quickly, and especially we start with the clause 5. After guiding principles, the objects are in clause 3, which objects are good enough. Clause 4 is on guiding principles, and clause 5 is or starts part 2, which has the rights and responsibilities regarding learners with disabilities. And after going through A to F, we have G, where the Honorable Speaker has just posed a question as to what exactly we mean that these learners have to be given equal treatment with other learners. What we are saying is treatment here does not apply to facilities, benefits, and whatever else. It is how you approach the learner so that the learner does not feel he is less, he or she is less. The learner feels, I am complete in spite of the fact that I do not have some parts of the body, or some parts of the body are weakened. They are not useful in the circumstances of that instance occasion. What this means is that if the children have to go for PE, you do not tell those who are disabled to sit down and watch those who are normal playing. It should be open to all of them to play, whichever way, in a manner that is satisfying. Even if it means running, we should be able to assist these learners to be running in their own capabilities. So we should not be seen to try and say, you can do this, you cannot do that. And this is what it says. We have equal treatment with the other learners. They do not feel they are lesser human beings, or that those who are normal are proper persons when these other ones are abnormal persons. Responsibilities are given. What is the responsibility of the parent? From there we move to the responsibility of the national government. then the responsibility of the county governments. The national governments have tried, because even as we debate today, we have special schools for these people. However, they are not particularly well run. They are not particularly well furnished. They are not particularly adored for this particular learning. The net effect is that we have to put a lot more resources, and we have to make these schools able to accommodate these special learners. The county governments, as usual, have not played their role. And we keep on complaining day in, day out that we give county governments resources. Instead of using those resources for the proper use, we have bloated employment in the counties. Then we have absolutely wanton stealing that goes on of public resources by the county governments, with the governors who do not want to be held accountable. When the MCS try to hold them accountable, there is hue and a cry, oh, you've been funded to come and ruin my government, to impeach me, all these manner of things. The county governments under the governors must rise to the occasion and also play a part in ensuring that our special learners are actually accommodated in ECDE just like the other children. Then from there we have clauses which is on part 3, registration and management of special needs education institutions. These are the special schools we have today. We are trying to make it legal so that we make a provision, we make a framework for our special schools to be properly registered, to be properly run and administered by people who are qualified to do these particular works. Then from there, we have part 4, which deals with the identification and the assessment of children with disabilities. Because we may not actually know this, some of the elements of disabilities may not be known to us, and it's only experts who can do so. But it grieves us a lot when you come to the fact that some of the children with disabilities are not let out in the open. Again, I said this is a primitive African cultural practice where we hide them in cow sheds or in our own dark rooms or in our own pens, which we've set aside for them in a manner that is derogatory. Therefore, it's now mandatory that when you have a child with a disability, then the county education board has to do the assessment and eventually enroll that child into a facility suitable for the child to acquire some education. Part 6 is on development of those facilities. I've just made a reference to the fact that these schools are not particularly well equipped, are not well developed, and now we are going to have a framework, legal framework, requiring the cabinet secretary to ensure that these schools are on an equal footing with the other ordinary schools. Once we do this, then we are able to ensure that our children who are differently abled acquire the best of the education just like any other children. Pointedly, which is very important, is that we have seen people who live with disabilities and who get a quality education working very well for this country, and those are the people we should be emulating when the time comes for us to deal with the education of this particular group of persons. So with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support. Thank you.
Is she in? The Honorable, it doesn't seem to be much more interest than.
Okay, the Honorable Peter George Kaluma.
I thank you, Chair. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we always disagree with the House of the Senate in several bills and motions they process and bring here. For the first time this year, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to congratulate the Senate for coming up with this bill. Honorable Speaker, until you see a person who was able to suffer disability in the course of their lives, you will not appreciate such a bill. Honorable Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, we had the MP for Migori County, the Honorable Denita Gatti. And Denita was very agile here. When she suffered a road accident, and then there was another road accident, and suffered disability, was treated. A person who was very agile came back before us here on a wheelchair, Honorable Speaker. I had even difficulties approaching her. But what she told me is that we who are enabled differently by God take a lot for granted. She told me she never knew a time would come when even just going to a restroom, you have to first resolve in your mind whether it should be another person helping you. She told me she never knew that even dressing her clothes, number one, the clothes have to change. Number two, it takes another person to assist you. So this is very important. Soon thereafter, Honorable Speaker, my own personal assistant was a guy who was more intelligent than me. Honorable Kajwang was telling you, a guy called Honorable Mr. Kakachi. And I took a guy who had done masters in economics as my personal assistant. Suffered an accident on Limuru Road here. And in that accident, his entire right arm went. And when I saw even something like signing a check, the gentleman had to learn afresh using the left hand. All the documents have to change. The life has to change from a person who was helping others to helping. Then I realized, Honorable Speaker, that it is important we think about these people. I'm one MP who hosts the only school, I think, in the entire of Southern Nyanza, including the Kisii area and I think part of Bomet, who are enabled differently intellectually. And Honorable Speaker, when you see the situation, sometimes we talk about their issue, even the release of their capitation here. I can tell you we should focus more on their situation than other children who are enabled differently. Honorable Speaker, when there is no water, you don't know what to do with the children in Uganda Special School in my constituency. And sometimes the principal has to call me when there is delay, saying, can you even send some money we get a Bowser from Homa Bay Town to get water to the school? Because of their situation, others are autistic, others are intellectually, gifted in different ways. We are being careful on language. It's a difficult situation. You allow them to go into a river, they will drown. And then they need water a lot. We had to reach a level, Honorable Speaker, of getting some Japanese, actually the embassy in Japan here, for us enough dormitories, and to create for us infrastructure that can help, these children enter and also, study and become. And let me tell you, and I'm addressing this to the chair of the committee, when you go there on their education day and you see how innovative they are, I can tell you the bedside carpets I use, the beads used in my house are processed, but very beautiful things. Look at the bangles, the innovativeness, when they are trained to be able, like other people, to live on their own. You've seen cases, Honorable Speaker, where persons with disability are being exploited by some Kenyans who are enabled differently on the streets here as beggars. By investing in the learning and scaling of persons with disability, we remove such abuses. I'm very happy, Honorable Speaker, therefore, with this bill coming from the Senate, And I think it is a good intervention because it is going to vulnerable section of our society whom we should be taking care of. But I wanted to urge that this is important because when we are supplying resources to these institutions, we are being alerted that you must always have those resources in time. Honorable Speaker, I've spoken to the absence of water in these institutions at times. What of chair education, where there is no capitation, and therefore they don't have, food? And remember, sometimes people just drop them there, people who are not even related to them. And sometimes these schools, having learners with the various disabilities, are just used the manner we used to use them in the traditional sense of somewhere you drop people and you forget about them. The difficulty the principals go through is very, very, very dehumanizing. And so I agree with this bill that for once, the infrastructure accommodating persons with disability will be adequate. That the training and the skilling will be relevant to make them have a meaningful life beyond being, people who can be neglected. And I know, Honorable Speaker, we are coming from old tradition. When you are born with any form of disability, if I may be allowed to use that word, you are somebody who was deemed to have, been cast. And in the olden, most African societies, these people would be dropped into some wilderness, a rope tied, to confirm whether it is shaking or not until you die there. You are devoured by wild animals. We are past that stage. And that is why this provision, this bill, makes me very happy. So the provisions here will ensure that we have adequate, accessible infrastructure. We have adequate personnel to train and skill these people who are gifted differently to live their full life. That we have the facilities and an environment where they can also enjoy their right to education. That is a right secured very firmly for them under both Article 53, if they are children, Honorable Speaker, and Article 45, the right to free and compulsory basic education. The fact that they are enabled differently does not mean they forgo those rights, not an exception in our Bill of Rights. And so this is good. And so I support this bill, Honorable Speaker, but I will, at the appropriate time, be urging that we review some of these provisions by way of constructive amendments to make them not vague, to make them more direct, to make them more assertive in terms of the rights we are talking about. For instance, Honorable Speaker, when in clause 5 we say the objects of this act, and then you go sorry, I'm not on clause 5, sorry, Honorable Speaker. Clause 5 says that every learner with disability shall have the right, and then G, equal treatment with other learners. The intent is good, and on the face of it, it is very good. But which learners? We are creating this provision so that we can discriminate positively for these learners with disability. So when you say they have a right to equal treatment with other learners, what are you talking about? They cannot be treated like the other learners who are enabled differently. You must, in a way, give them a treatment that is over and above, and that accords with the fact that they are enabled differently. And so the intention in a provision like that, Honorable Speaker, is very good. But when we read it keenly, it may be interpreted vaguely by the implementers in a manner that denies this right we are seeking to assert through this amendment. And those, I think, Honorable Speaker, the House will grant us leave, which we crave, to clarify. Honorable Speaker, when you look at clause 6, as I end because I'm seeing light, responsibility of parents. These are specific to learners with disability. But I will be looking more keenly as we go to the committee of the whole House on this important bill, provisions of Article 53, sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. The duty, the responsibility of every parent to be responsible to every child of theirs, whether they are married or not. So that we don't have parents who believe these institutions for learners with disabilities are dropping zone to enable them shirk their responsibility. The parents must continue their duties, and if there are gaps in these good provisions that are prescribed in the Constitution, we will explicitly reiterate them here for the sake of this category of learners. Otherwise, I support Honorable Speaker.
Great. Honorable Mary, you know you're the, yeah, that's the thing, but there is one Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I also want to join my colleagues in supporting this most progressive bill that has come from the Senate on the learners with disabilities bill. Honorable Speaker, it should not be lost on us that these are our children, they are our brothers and sisters, they are our relatives, they are our friends, and we are connected with them in various ways. And therefore, they are just as normal human beings with functioning organs, just like any other person, Honorable Speaker. As is commonly said, they are abled but differently from what would be the norm. Honorable Speaker, I remember when we were in school, and in primary school, some of our colleagues or fellow pupils in school were abled differently. Now, it was such a time that they were not given any preferential treatment at all. Honorable Speaker, you do understand that we have adopted a system where children report so early in school, distorting their sleeping patterns. We could report to school at 5 in the morning and leave school at 7 in the evening. And people were treated so equally that if you reported to school later than 5, you were subjected to lots of strokes of the cane, Honorable Speaker, as a punishment. And even those who were able differently were not escaping the wrath of teachers, just because teachers do not understand the challenges that they have to access schools and to be able to undertake their lessons just like everybody else, Honorable Speaker. And this is something that we have to relook into as a country, Honorable Speaker. If you go to America, schools begin at 7:30 in the morning, whether it is primary or secondary schools, and they are done at 2:30. And every activity beyond 2:30 is an extracurricular activity, where they play, they do sports, and any other recreational activity, and not the core curriculum, Honorable Speaker. Now, this craziness that we have in Africa, that you take a whole day learning, like book learning, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we channel out people who are book smart, but do not know how to interact with the community, Honorable Speaker. This is something that we have to step back and relook into, because life is not just about academics. Life has lots of facets that can still make us somebody be successful. And this is something that we have to relook into, especially when considering people who are able differently. Honorable Speaker, we do understand that accessibility to various places that they intend to visit or go to has been a big problem. Even in our schools, you still go to many schools where children are able differently without ramps. They have in other places, as part of the laws, that ramps must be provided for. All the buildings must be fitted with equipment and other facilities that are proactive to people who are able differently, Honorable Speaker. This is something that we must as a country also emulate. If you go to developed countries and people board buses, they have those buses lowering themselves. I don't know how it works, but they will come further down when stopped so that everybody can get in, including those with bikes that are meant for people with disabilities. And then the bus will lift itself and continue with the journey. These are things that we need to embrace as a community, because disability is not unique to a particular country. It is humankind, and it transcends nations, Honorable Speaker. We need to have reclining seats for those who are able differently, so that a level of comfort can be provided to them, Honorable Speaker. But even as we do that, I do take cognizance of what our Constitution states, that in giving people employment, you must consider the youth, the women, and people with disabilities. But we still have employers who are very hesitant to give opportunities to people who are able differently. Yet, they can as well deliver those services probably better than people they think are normal in nature, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must as a country pay credence to our constitutional standing, that we do not discredit any person who is able differently in places of work, Honorable Speaker. It has to be the norm to provide interpretation of sign language, Honorable Speaker. You have people who do not hear, they're deaf, in a crowd, and people are speaking and they are present, but no one bothers about them. And therefore, they cannot follow, the thread of discussions. So I think we also need to infuse more stringent rules that accommodate people of this nature, Honorable Speaker. We, as I've said about giving employment, Honorable Speaker, even teachers who teach in various institutions with people who are able differently, they have to also be included, Honorable Speaker, so that you have a teacher who connects with these people because they suffer the same fate. But you have people who have absolutely no knowledge about disabilities, given the task to teach them and to guide them in various ways over problems that they do not properly understand, Honorable Speaker. So going forward as a nation, even though we have come up with a very progressive bill, we need to go further and make sure that the implementation of proposals, together with many others that members of parliament will going forward be introducing, even in the amendments that we intend to put in place, are implemented. Otherwise, it will just be empty talk. They continue to suffer at the hands of those who do not understand them, and life continues. That should not be the case, Honorable Speaker. They are people who belong to our society. We have to embrace them the way they are, with disabilities notwithstanding. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
There doesn't seem to be. Fatima, you can proceed, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I stand here to support the Senate bill on Learners with Disability Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, in my county, we have a school called Kuja for the Deaf. Kuja for the Deaf is a school that has both disabled differently, actually, but unfortunately, the basic need, an example is sanitary pad, that this school cannot even access sanitary pad for the girls that are learning there. This is a very good bill, but I hope we will not pass this bill and throw it to the shelves, and that marks the end of it. Because there are basic needs that these pupils do need these boys and girls do need. I've seen in the bill that it has been indicated that they should be offered physical therapy. But how about psychological therapy? Because there are some of these little boys and girls who were not born with this disability, and as days goes by, an incident or an accident, they end up in this position, and they're not able to cope with it. So if we don't give them psychological help, then also this would also hinder their education and even hinder their way of life. Even the parents who gave birth to these children, at one point the government should consider them by giving them psychological help. Even the teachers who do look after these children, some of these children, depending on the situation of the child, some are wild, some are not very peaceful. And so the teacher gets stressed end of the day, get overworked end of the day. The teacher needs psychological support too. Most of these children, Mr. Speaker, are the children that mostly are sexually abused. And the school sometimes might not even know the child is abused because the child does not have a way of expressing her or himself depending with the disability. And so if they could put assessment, regular assessment to see, is the child taken care of? Because sometimes the caregivers or even the relatives are the ones who abuse these children. This should be done regularly, and it should be in a way included here that that assessment should be just like an examination. When the term ends or regularly, the child is checked that is the child okay, or was the child abused in the institution or outside the institution. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about education, but we are not including religious education. As a Muslim, there are children who would wish to perform their salah, would wish to pray. But because this child has not been taught how to pray, we are making this child not be closer to his or her God. In my situation as a Muslim, this kind of a child might want to perform wudu, might want to wash him or herself so that she or he can prepare himself for a prayer. But because he's not able to do that, he misses an opportunity to be close to God. So there should be religious education teachers who would teach a Muslim child or a Christian child on how to pray, and if there are obligations that needs to be taken before your prayer, you are assisted. If you are a girl, you are given a girl to take you to the washroom to help you perform your wudu so that you can be able to pray. This would be very important for the well-being of the child. Mr. Speaker, we have to give games that are friendly to these children, because these children, other than education, they also need to play. But their games must be considered that they cannot be equal. Some will be able to play football, some will be able to play other games. So we should consider them that they have games that are specific for them, that they can even play with a child who is different from them. In that, a Fatuma can stand with a child who is able to walk and play a game that can make them be friendly to each other. Mr. Speaker, we should also think of the social stigma and bullying in schools or even at home. There are some of these children who find it very difficult in the community because the parents go through bullying, the children go through bullying, and so if the schools would provide a solution to this so that the child is also taken care of, that if she or he is bullied, where does she go or where does he go? Considering that some will not even be able to express themselves that they were bullied. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, their curriculum and exams should not be the same, because some of them are slow in learning and these other children are very fast in learning, and they are given the same maths exam in the same period, that this maths exam will take 1 hour and every child should finish within 1 hour. This other child, maybe the hands are not very fast because of the disability, but the marking scheme will be the same. So I think the government should consider that their marking scheme should a little bit be different depending on the situation of the child. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, there should be rapid or health first aid. Some of them would fall sick in school. A normal child would be able to go to the teacher and say, I have a headache or a running stomach. And so she or he, the parent will be called to come for he or her, or be told, you can just go home and your mommy will take you to the hospital. How about a child who is not able to wheel himself or herself to the hospital or to school. There should be a small facility that can cater for their first aid. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 17 has spoken about responsibility of Special Needs Education Advisory Board to establish and maintain a register of special service providers qualified to provide services to learners with disability. Where does this leave the parent? Because there are so many parents who hide their children so that they are not seen, believing that maybe it's a problem within the family or the community, and so you hide your children at home. So the education officer who wants to take record of the children in the county or in the country or in the constituency or in the community who are disabled, these officers are not able to know how many households have children living with disability. So there should be very strict adherence to this rule that if you are found hiding your child and not reporting that you have a child with this condition, then you should be taken to court and jailed, because you are denying this child an opportunity to get education, an opportunity to interact with other children, an opportunity to live, an opportunity to get all what other children are getting. So parents should be the government should be very strict on parents that if you don't give notification of such a child, whether at birth or later, an accident or an incident, then you will be charged in court and jailed, or whatever way that it will happen, but they should be held responsible if they happen to hide their children. I stand here to confirm that I do support this bill. It's a good bill, and I congratulate Senate for bringing such a good bill. May Allah bless all these children and their parents who are not able to live the way other children are living. Thank you.
Fatma Masito. Is that County Rep for Kwale?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mimi pia nitoe ushuhuda wangu juu ya sheria hii ambayo imepitishwa na bunge la Seneti. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sheria hii ni nzuri sana na itaweza kudhibiti wale watoto ambao wametoka katika jamii maskini, ambao hawapati fursa ya kupelekwa shule kwa sababu ya maisha ya uchochole. Na serikali yetu huwa haitilii maanani watoto kama hawa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mtoto ambaye ana ile hali tunaita ulemavu au uwezo maalum, watoto hawa kwa kusema ukweli hakuna kitu wanashindwa, wanaweza, lakini ni vile tu wana ule uwezo maalum tofauti na mtu mwingine. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sheria hii inalenga watoto hawa kuweza kupata elimu kama mtoto mwingine, waweze kwenda shule zile za kwanza na pia shule za upili na pia shule zile za university waweze kusoma, na pia elimu yao Mheshimiwa Speaker iwe bure. Hili ni jambo la kutia moyo sana. Na pia katika yale mashule ambayo wanasoma, serikali ihakikishe wamepata vifaa maalumu vya kuweza kutumia ili wao waweze kupata elimu vizuri, kwa sababu tunaangalia wakiwa katika hali kama ile Mheshimiwa Speaker, mara nyingi wanakosa vifaa maalumu vya kuweza kuwafanya waweze kuelewa lile jambo ambalo wanafanya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni jambo la kutia moyo sana sheria hii endapo itakwenda kupitishwa na bunge hili. Tutapata watoto wetu watasoma. Hivi karibuni Mheshimiwa Speaker, nilikumbana na visa vya watoto ambao ni walemavu. Wengine wamefungiwa ndani ya majumba, wengine hata wanafungwa minyororo ndio wasiweze kuonekana kwa jamii. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, kama serikali tutadhibiti, tuwe na sheria maalum ya watoto hawa kuweza kupata elimu nzuri, kila mzazi atajitokeza kuweza kuhakikisha mtoto wake ameweza kupata elimu bora na si bora elimu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo hili ni jambo ambalo limevunja moyo wazazi wengi kule mashinani. Wanaona watoto wale wenye ulemavu ni kama laana fulani kutoka kwa jamii. Lakini si laana, isipokuwa ni uwezo maalum. Sisi Waislamu tunaamini ni maumbile na pia ni uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu. Yule aliyekutoa wewe mzima ndio aliyomtoa yule akawa na mapungufu kiasi, lakini hatutaki kusema ni mapungufu kwa sababu ni mpango wa Mwenyezi Mungu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, pia sheria hii inaashiria kuwa counties au serikali za wilaya pamoja na serikali za kitaifa ziweze kushirikiana kwa pamoja kuweza kuhakikisha jambo hili litaweza kufanyika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa njia nzuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikomee hapo na niseme mimi naunga mkono sheria hii ambayo imeletwa kutoka kwa bunge la Seneti. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kwa vile sioni mheshimiwa mwingine ambaye anataka kuchangia, nitamwalika mwenyekiti komiti ya elimu afanye kujibu, ama the right of reply. The reply.
Thank you.
And reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to reply, and I want first of all to thank the members.
Yeah.
The members have spoken it out, that this is a very important bill. And I want to say that this bill first originated in this House in the last Parliament. It lapsed when Parliament went on recess or Sindai, and finally it has resurfaced in the Senate. I want to say that this is a very important bill. It's a bill that is actually trying to enable the disabled or children who are enabled differently to undergo their education with less difficulties. Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that this bill, apart from trying to cure infrastructural problems in schools, learning challenges that learners who are enabled differently go through, this bill is trying to make education of the disabled or children who are enabled differently be seamless, be very smooth, and to have less issues. It goes on to address even learning centers where the young, those who are what we call the daycare, various forms of disabilities are with our children. And these children, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our children in our homes. It looks at all manner of disabilities amongst children. And I want to thank members because they even contributed and made proposals on how to make this bill even better, to ensure that learners across this country are actually assisted and be able to go through the education to the problem. Honorable Speaker, learners with disabilities or people who are enabled differently, if you look historically, the founder of what we call the Braille writing, Helen Keller. Helen Keller was an individual who in the 1880s was born deaf and blind. But she went on to have a lot of innovations across. Albert Einstein and many others did a lot of contribution despite some of the disabilities they had. So the fact that this is a bill that is going to encourage families, fathers, who have children and they try to hide them just because they think it's a stigma, it is a curse. It isn't. These are people, if well taken care of, can be able to come and transform this world a lot. Thomas Edison is a very good example who had a lot of difficulties. He even went to school and learned how to write after 5-6 years of age. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a wake-up call to parents, to schools, to institutions, telling them that any learner who is enabled differently is as potential and as an individual who can be able to change this society. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this House. In the current bill, in the current budget, the Ministry of Education has voted a lot of resources on learners with disabilities and many others. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will request that we support this bill, and I propose that I request that we defer putting of the question, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 53.3 to a later date due to the procedural issues in the House. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank each and every member for the contribution they've made, and more importantly, for voting in money for students with special needs, for students who have issues in their schools, infrastructural issues, And more importantly, what Honorable Kaluma put it very clearly, that some of the issues which are affecting parents and which are not captured in this bill can actually be ingrained in it through amendments and be made a very good bill. I thank you, and I reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you have been previously communicated on the reordering of the business. But it looks like we just have only a minute to go to the adjournment of the House, but now I call on the next order, which is order number 16.
Order number 16. A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
What's the point of order, Honorable?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, you've not given directions on the motion, the order we have transacted.
Oh yes.
In terms of the question being either put now or in the future.
Honorable members, as for the question for this order, the Learners with the Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, the question will be put at an appropriate time in the future. Thank you, Honorable Kaluma. Now, next order.
Order number 16, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023, second reading.
Where is the mover of the bill? Do we have the committee, the chair of the committee in the House to move this bill? We don't have. That's the chair, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. Okay, we will go for reordering, but I think we have reached the time for adjournment for the House. Oh. Thank you for the correction. Thank you. Yeah, we will have to reorder this, and I'll call upon now order number 11. No, sorry. Yes, order number 11, the Political Parties Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024. And we had members, yes?
Order number 11, the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
The resumption of this debate will start with the Honorable Karori Omondi, who was the last person on the contributing on this bill and has 9 minutes. Honorable Karoli Omondi, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We've really waited for this opportunity with my friend, Honorable Toroi Teach, to get to this order of business. Honorable Speaker, this is again another bill from the Senate, but I rise to express my reservations about certain provisions on this bill, but also to acknowledge very heavy challenges that this bill presents to our democracy, and more so its insensitivity to public interest and the elevation of the interests of the political class above all other members of society, and how short-term its objectives are. Let me go straight to the point. Honorable Speaker, in our constitutional system, it is individuals who go for elections, and it is individuals who then get elected. And there are two pathways through which individuals may access political office. An individual could choose to run for office as an independent candidate, as the Honorable Member for Migori here, or Honorable Toroi Teach there. The other pathway is to join a political party and be elected as an individual, but as a member of a political party. Political parties are not elected in Kenya. And, Honorable Speaker, none of those pathways is superior or inferior to the other. They are all equal, whether you are elected as an individual or whether you are elected as an individual within a political party. Unfortunately, this bill entrenches the selective funding of only political parties to the exclusion of independent candidates, which is itself discriminatory and violates the principles of free, fair, and credible elections because they give undue advantage to those who choose one pathway, and also tilt the level playing field, rendering fair competition impossible in such an environment. And I'll give you an example. The political party funding is divided 3 ways. 70% of those funds go to political parties on the basis of the votes their members garnered in any election, whether MCA, women rep, everybody else. If you contest as an independent candidate and you win, like Honorable Fatuma did and Honorable Gideon did, Toroitich did, they won as independents, they don't get a share of those funds. Yet those whom they defeated have their votes added to those in the tally of the political parties they ran and failed in, and they get compensated for that. That is how unfair it is. So we must look at this bill and expand the scope of political party funding to independent candidates as well, so that there's level playing field. Just to give people a perspective of what is going on, if you look at Section 24(1)A of the Political Parties Act, the funds that go into the political parties fund are 0.3% of all the national government share of revenue as divided by the annual division of revenues. In 2023, that number was 5,292,300,000, of which, I'll just give you a flavor, Jubilee Party got 1,020,104,806. And ODMI Party got 1,331,392,198.30. That is according to the Auditor General's report of 2023-2024. Now, those who are elected independently don't get a share of that. 15% of this fund goes to those who are elected according to the number of seats you have won. If you run as an independent, you win a seat, you don't get any compensation. 10% goes to those who belong to special groups. If you get elected as an independent and you are a person of, a member of a special group, a youth, a person with disability and the rest, you still don't get compensated. This is how unfair this is. So we will be proposing amendments to expand this cover of political party fund to include independent candidates.
Honorable Karoli, will you still make that line of contribution if you looked at the provisions of Article 4, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution?
Which says what? Remind me.
Yeah, it does the table have a copy of the Constitution? It is always good to hear thoughts of Honorable Karoli, and don't worry about time.
Okay.
Don't worry about time. Your time is frozen.
I didn't bring my constitution today.
On this element.
If I read...
members do not know that you served in the executive, so you are at the heart of most of these pieces of...
So you are saying Article 4?
Sub-Article 2. Your proposal that independent candidates and members be funded separate from political parties, how does it sit with that provision?
The Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state founded on the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10. Correct? That's what it says. And Article 10 talks about our national values. Yes? Among others, patriotism, national unity, sharing, devolution, rule of law, democracy, participation of the people, which includes independent candidates, non-discrimination, which is what I'm talking about, protection of the marginalized, what I'm talking about, by excluding independent candidates, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness. That is what I'm talking about, Honorable Speaker.
No,
I'm giving life
the point
to good governance.
The point I'm making is in the first line only.
The
where
first
it
line
says,
of
the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state.
Thank you. The interpretation of that particular clause, Honorable Speaker, is what I've given, that there are two pathways to elective office in the Republic of Kenya. Multipartism does not mean multiplicity of party. It means multiplicity of options to contest for elections and win or lose. I would like the departing Honorable Speaker to pay attention.
He's hearing whatever he's. We have a serious
The Speaker is omnipresent.
Yeah. No, only God is omnipresent.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Multipartism, what I'm trying to clarify is multipartism does not simply imply multiplicity of parties, but it implies multiplicity of pathways to elective office. That is multipartism. It is not about the number of parties. You have a pathway as an individual, and in Kenya, as I've said, individuals are the ones who are elected, not parties. And an individual can be elected through association with others in a political party or by standing alone as an independent candidate. That is what multipartism is. Mr. Speaker, I think that was meant to derail me, but let me continue now. The second very serious area of concern in this bill is this proposed establishment of a commission to manage political party funds. They are proposing that we create a commission of 5 persons who will serve on the same terms as members of other independent commissions to manage political parties' fund. I know it is a large sum of money, as I've given the breakdown. But let's look at what is happening in other sectors. Honorable Speaker, we only have, as of 25th March 2025, we only have 91 registered political parties. Today in Kenya, we have the Registrar of Societies, which regulates both cooperatives and churches. There are 82,000 churches and cooperatives that have been registered. We have an Office of Registrar of Persons dealing with births and deaths for 57,443,180 Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we have Registrar of Lands. Registrar of Lands is administering 12 million titles, 788,311. We have Registrar of Marriages. Registrar of Marriages is administering 1,607,000 marriages, 237. Then we also have Registrar of Companies and Business Names, administering 1.5 million companies, 847,000 business names, and 299 trusts. What is so special about political class that they need a commission to oversee the management of political parties? I would ask for more time, as I was guaranteed by the Speaker. Yeah. This is an example of the political class abusing its own power. If the issue is how to manage the fair distribution of political party funds, then we should have an advisory council, and we will be moving amendments to that effect. That the Law Society nominates a lawyer to that council, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants nominate a member, and the Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. So we have 3 specialized people who are independent, who can arbitrate. And we will also be further moving amendments.
I'll give you an additional 3 minutes.
We will also be removing the barriers that have been established by dominant political parties for the establishment of new political parties to compete with them. In particular, the requirement that a new political party must be present in 24 counties. This is an imposition of dominant political parties to stifle competition. Because my right to form a political party cannot be made contingent on having 1,000 members in other 24 counties. The Constitution does not contemplate that. I can have a political party for myself and my wife, as long as it is national. In other words, it is not promoting sectarian interests. Being national does not mean physical presence with offices in 24 counties. We will be moving that amendment to remove that. And finally, we will be removing to give MPs freedom to act as independent members of this House. Section 14A, where they say Honorable Kaluma by now should have been deemed to have defected from ODM because he's associating with UDA under something called broad-based government. And we will be moving an amendment to that clause.
A point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order? The Honorable Pete.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Karoli, as a senior lawyer to me, has said is very dangerous, not only in terms of how he interprets the provisions of the relevant sections of the Constitution and the law, but also dangerous to my political career as the staunchest member of the ODM party. I don't know whether you've heard Honorable Karoli, but he's saying I should be deemed to have left ODM because I'm over-associating with the UDA party. That is very dangerous. It can't be inferred. Honorable Speaker, we associate with the...
Kalori Omondi. Yes. Association, no association, political parties that members of parliament have allegiance to is purely a private matter for those members of parliament.
No, but Honorable Speaker, the point I'm making is that the relationship between the ODM party, in which I'm the staunchest member, and the UDA party is documented. It is inter-parties, it is post-election, and it is for 10 points we are doing together for the good governance of the country.
And you're still the staunchest supporter for that?
Of the ODM, and I'm the staunchest supporter of that memorandum of understanding and the broad-based government, which was signed into by the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, my party leader, and the party leader of the UDA party, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. So to be adhering to that MOU confirms only that I'm the staunchest member of the ODM party, because I'm on the ideals. You should not misinterpret, our relationship.
Honorable Kawaroli Omondi.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not misinterpreting the law.
I will give you a few more minutes, but proceed and get to the substance of
the association is referring to has not been reduced into writing and recognized within the framework of Political Parties Act by the Registrar of Societies. It is something that is only known to him. And that is what I mean. That is the problem with Section 14 of the Political Parties Act, because it says if you support the policies of another party, which my friend does, he should have been expelled, because he should have been deemed to have resigned. In fact, we should be having a by-election in Homa Bay town today. That is how fallacious that section is. I just wanted to use it as an example.
Both the statutes and the Constitution are very clear. You have a post-election coalitions and pre-election coalitions. And signature or no signature, because that is purely a private matter, by the way, let me tell you. Purely a private matter. As long as that association works for them, then so be it. Now, if you have another association yourself and you think it can work for you, you have the right and the freedom to exercise those rights also. Proceed, Honorable Karoli. I give you an additional 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, in summary, Honorable Speaker, I would really urge members that we look at this bill objectively, because to create a 3-member commission to run political party fund is an overkill. It's actually to present ourselves as a very special class of people in Kenya that we can have commission established just to look after our interests, while we know what the fiscal situation is.
Earlier on, I heard you say how many political parties do you have?
Only 91.
Only. And what about the United Kingdom, which is probably more or less the same population with us now, if not slightly more than us?
Yes,
and
actually.
One of the oldest democracies. How many political parties do you have in the UK?
I don't know the exact number, but there's a problem today.
I can tell you how many they are.
Yes.
They're about 4.
4, yes.
Yes.
And that's the problem that we're having in the UK, in the US, and everywhere, where only a few dominant political parties exist.
I stand to be corrected. There are 5. There is the Tories, the Labour,
the Reform,
the Democrats, Social Democrats,
yes,
and the Liberal Democrats, and the Independents.
And I'm sure there could be more, because the last time I checked, there was a political party called Make Politicians History political party.
And the UK and the US, how many are they?
There are two dominant ones, but that is the problem.
Any other political party in the US?
There are other small ones.
You think there's any wisdom in the multiplicity of parties in Kenya?
There is a lot, and let me explain.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, having two dominant political parties, as now we are experiencing in Europe, is a problem, and in this continent. Why is it a problem? Because it leaves no alternatives. It allows fascists and far-right parties to thrive. That is what is happening in the UK, that is what is happening in the US, and that is what has happened in other jurisdictions, including France. Because people have lost faith in the two dominant political parties, yet there is no exit group pathway. So parties should be even 1,000. In fact, our constitution contemplates that. There is no limit to political parties, like there can be no limits to independent candidates.
What's the wisdom?
In this continent, where we have dominant political parties, especially those that claim to be liberation political parties, there is less democracy, there is economic mismanagement. You don't have to go far, just look around. Go look at them, the African countries where the independent parties have remained dominant. The democracy is not thriving, economic prosperity is not present, and oligarchy, kleptocracy is the order of the day. So we must open the door. Let Kenyans have as many political parties as they want. There's no reason to restrict them.
Are you on a point of order?
Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable George Peter Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I needed to contribute before Honorable Karauli Omondi recedes from the House. Honorable Speaker, Article 4, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution says, among other things, in the first line, that Kenya is a multi-party democratic state.
Give him the mic, please.
Our democracy, Honorable Speaker, is founded on multi-partism. So that, Honorable Speaker, the pathway created for the people we call independent candidates is an exception, not the primary constitutional rule. And it is an exception which, if necessary, considerations for amendments to the Constitution were to be made by Kenyans, should be exited. Because it is intended to allow people, mostly people who have run in political parties, to still have a second bite at the electoral process after losing in that. But the ideal situation is that we should be a multi-party democratic state. And that is in Article 4. Remember, those other provisions, Honorable Speaker, come later in the Constitution. In the rules of constitutional...
What is multi in your own interpretation?
Multi-party. It is
the US a multi-party?
Multi-party. In fact, in mature democracies, the more and more the democracies mature, the lesser and lesser the number of parties. If you go to the United States, largely you are either a Democrat or a Republican.
Just two parties.
Just two parties.
So multi also
and
means
two formations.
Multi means two, not multiplicity.
Two ideally, but it means there could be more. What it excludes are these independent pathways we put in our constitution because we were taking provisions without considering their money in principle. Some from South Africa, others from US, others from elsewhere. And we never had people who are practitioners and set, and people who are solely in constitutional interpretation set to see that the principles are in harmony. But it should have been cleared out. Honorable Speaker, when you go to the United Kingdom, there are barely 5 political parties, but the main ones are 2.
The Tories and the...
Yes, and you can easily predict the ideologies people go for. So that when you go to the United States, for instance, Honorable Speaker, when you are told somebody is a Democrat, you know, more so under President Obama, President Biden, that person will be supporting homosexuality, LGBTQ, and those pretenses of human rights, which are not in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When somebody tells you he's a Republican, you know the person is going to look, inwards. And parties are given freedom, Honorable Speaker.
Like what Honorable Karoli was mistaking, I know it is long since he attended ODM functions. But parties have working arrangements in their place in governance under Article 4 for the good of the nation. Remember, these political parties that qualify are funded by the public. And so the relationship, for example,
What's your point of order, the Honorable Karoli Omondi?
Honorable Speaker, could my time be frozen?
Honorable Speaker,
you'll have your moments, don't worry.
The distinguished gentleman from Homa Bay Town is forgetting.
The distinguished honorable member.
The distinguished honorable member from Homa Bay Town is forgetting that when I'd extended a hand of friendship to the president, they were holding rallies against me. And they're exactly doing the same thing a year later.
Which makes you happy today.
Exactly. So he should just recognize that I opened the way for them.
Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. We were condemning Honorable Speaker because he went before the party as an institution, sat with the other. We are joining on ideals agreed upon because parties, the two parties, the ODM party, the greatest party, and one of the oldest parties in Africa currently, and the most organized party, sat with the UDA party. And Honorable Speaker, I don't know why Honorable Karoli is forgetting something that happened at KICC there the other day, and the president signed, and His Excellency Raila Odinga signed after a long session.
The Right Honorable.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And so we agree on points of convergence, like equity, inclusivity.
But the timing was the way of the problem.
The fight for human rights. We were punishing him because he went beyond the party. When you are in a party, you must wait for the party. Now we are all together. And on those points of convergence, we have agreed that in holding our place under Article 4, we will help the president and his party where we have convergences of ideals and manifesto provisions to hold the country together and to stabilize our governance. And so there is nothing that is unconstitutional there. Honorable Speaker, I want to oppose this bill if I were to go to it. I've never in my life encountered a bill from the Senate that seeks to erode our democracy, that seeks to undermine our democracy, that seeks to neuter the governance of our political parties than this one. Honorable Speaker, this bill may appear big, but this bill is doing one thing. It is replacing the office of the Registrar of Political Parties with a commission of 7. Simple. So that the other details Honorable Karoli is talking about is really around transferring the current functions of the Registrar of Political Parties to a commission. The question to ask, Honorable Speaker, how much function is in the office of the Registrar of Political Parties that would merit our moving the number of people in charge of those functions from 1 to 7? Honorable Speaker, when you go to India, let me tell you, one of the largest democracies this side of the world, the entire Electoral Commission has only 3 commissioners appointed by the Prime Minister directly, without these maneuverings we do here. Here, we are giving an office whose function is merely to register entities that qualify as political parties, to remove from the register those ones which are briefcase, and to deal with those few issues we have there. We are saying we now need to change from Registrar of Political Parties to a whole commission of 7 in a country, Honorable Speaker, where we know the salary, remuneration, and facilities around those commissioners are defined by another independent commission. So you'll have 7 people, they need cars, they need pay at those hundreds of thousands and millions we are talking about, they need those facilities we are talking about, stretching the fiscal space in our economy to do what, Honorable Speaker? I'm saying this provision is ill-advised and that we cannot have it. Honorable Speaker, there is also some undue obsession with odd numbers in the formation of our commissions. When you go to the United States of America, Honorable Speaker, there is something called the Federal Electoral Commission, which deals with campaign financing, not elections. 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. Full stop. And by the way, sometimes they are that way, sometimes you'll also get an independent, but they are 6. When you go to the selection panel, Honorable Speaker, that deals with the composition of Electoral Commission in South Africa, it has 4 people. And these 4 people are people sitting in offices, people whom if they gave the country wrong commissioners, they are there to be punished and disciplined for, among other reasons, misconduct for doing so. The person who is heading the Constitutional Court, I think invariably the Chief Justice, the Public Protector, the equivalent of the Ombudsman here, the Chair of the Human Rights Commission and the Gender Commission. What is our obsession with 7 that you say minority give us 3, majority 3, then we'll have someone elected to join there? Why do we form commissions in a manner that we are beginning with the idea that there will be a dispute and disagreement to be resolved? That is why we think quagmire, even when it comes to electoral commission, instead of just doing straightforward things, we are thinking, bring from this so that we have odd numbers. The obsession with odd numbers is not necessary and should not be there. Honorable Speaker, see what is proposed for the role of this commission in clause 33A. That this commission shall be in charge of the management of political parties' fund established under the Act. Where is then the mandate of the registrar if we reject the commission? And political parties. Honorable Speaker, I'm in the party which singularly standing could be the biggest we have around. And you are a big beneficiary of this fund. And you're a party with a leadership. One of the best leaders, Honorable Speaker, Africa has ever produced, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Prime Minister. You want to tell me that the entitlement of the ODM party from the political party's fund cannot be managed by our organization headed by Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga? We take that money, which should be used to organize our party, to a commission of 7 people. Then how will the political parties duly access it if there is gerrymandering and jokes around the party? I think, Honorable Speaker, there is no provision that has been abusive of the level of maturity of our political parties than what we have here. And so, Honorable Speaker, when you look at all these things together, this is a bill I would be urging members, and I'm happy the Chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is there, to be rejected, so that, Honorable Speaker, we have the Office of the Registrar doing the work they have been doing.
Give him an additional 3 or 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that we have a situation, Honorable Speaker, where a single person, remember, like when we are done with elections, the Office of the Registrar should communicate to the House which party is majority by dint of membership and which party is minority. You can imagine how fractious our elections are at times, Honorable Speaker, if you were to commit such a decision to a team of more than 1 person going strictly by records. It's a problem.
There could be disagreements, just like our electoral commission.
There will be disagreements which will keep it, and when those disagreements are going on, some may even end up in the political parties dispute tribunal, Honorable Speaker. The House will be hung not knowing which is the majority side, which is the minority side. So these things have far-reaching ramifications. The problem, Honorable Speaker, with the growth of our political parties and their maturity is the political parties dispute tribunal and the court. And I wished this bill was looking at that instead of disbanding the office and creating a commission with all those expenditures we cannot deal with. Currently, Honorable Speaker, a party like ODM will sit and say, Kaluma, ideally by conduct, should be deemed to have resigned from the party under the Elections Act provisions. You see the decisions parties have been making in good faith. Some are malicious. But, Honorable Speaker, each of these cases, they go to the political parties dispute tribunal. Others even skip that tribunal, which we empowered when we first sat under this new constitution in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. They go straight to the High Court. And you get the courts, instead of sustaining party decisions duly made, like these many ones floating around here, not those ones which are malicious, and we can separate them. But to the extent, Honorable Speaker, that, people are now saying, even if I misbehave and do whatever I want, the decision on that matter will be made beyond the elections. Look at even our ODM party today. You have ODM party members supporting somebody who is working with the World Bank there. and you cannot enforce. You have to take such provision to discipline them, to bring them back in line, to support the broad-based government where all of us are. They will go to the High Court. And you see Honorable Karoli laughing, Honorable Speaker, and for very good reasons. So if we are going to strengthen our parties, then the political parties dispute tribunal, and our courts must know that we are in a multi-party democratic state, and the parties have organs and systems through which they decide fairly. And if there is fair decision within the meaning of Article 50 and Article 47, the decision of the party should be allowed to stand, and any dispute taken by an individual affected should in any event be expeditiously determined, so that those determinations are made quickly. And that way we can contain, parties which are going overboard in breaching the members' rights, as we also allow parties to govern and be institutions that we contemplated under the Constitution. I thank you very much. I oppose.
Honorable, I think Murungara and Toretich both want to. Oh, you seconded it in the first place, so it's Toretich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak to this very important bill before this House, that is the Political Parties Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to associate myself partly with the sentiments of Karoli Omondi insofar as matters to do with independent members of Parliament is concerned. But, Honorable Speaker, looking at the spirit of this bill, I am in support of having a commission. Honorable Speaker, for the reason that commissions established pursuant to Chapter 15 of the Constitution and independent offices have proved over time that they perform their functions without being twisted by the executive. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support that the office of the registrar of political parties be scrapped, and in its place we have a commission. Honorable Speaker, so that we do away with the issue of twisting by the executive or by certain individuals who have certain vested interests in political parties. But, Honorable Speaker, we appreciate, because these are consequence of the NADCO report. Remember, when there were protests, Honorable Speaker, the political leaders sat down and came up with the NADCO report. And this is a product of the NADCO report. So when Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kaluma says he doesn't support this report, does it mean that he doesn't support the NADCO report? Because this is a product that came out of the NADCO report. And therefore, we are implementing what came out as a recommendation of the NADCO report. Honorable Speaker, political parties are funded by the taxpayers' money. And therefore, if it is funded by the taxpayers' money, it must not only benefit political parties, but also independent candidates. Honorable Speaker, I am a product. I am an independent member of Parliament. Were it not for the provision under the Constitution that provides for election of members of Parliament as independents, I would not be here today. Honorable Speaker, I am a victim of injustice. I am a victim of electoral fraud during party nominations. Honorable Speaker, were it not for the avenue of, under the Constitution, providing that a member of Parliament can be elected as an independent. 12 of us here, Honorable Speaker. We are 12 members of Parliament of this House elected on an independent ticket. Were it not for that avenue, Honorable Speaker, we would not be in this House. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at the membership of the Commission, and I appreciate that Honorable Murugara is here. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the clause 33B, providing for the membership of the Commission, it provides that the Commission shall comprise of 5 members nominated in accordance with subsection 2 and appointed by the President with approval of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, it further goes to say under clause 3B3 that the members of the commission shall elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson. Honorable Speaker, that goes against the spirit of Article 250, sub-Article 2, on the nomination of commissioners, of commissioners and the chairperson to commissions. Honorable Speaker, if you read Article 252, it talks about the chairperson and the members of a commission. But this bill has slammed up and said that the commissioners shall appoint their own chairperson. Honorable Speaker, if you compare with other commissions, SRC, if you compare with IBC, under the IBC Act, the chairperson of the commission is nominated differently and the members are nominated differently. But in this case, if you say that the chairperson of the commission shall be elected by the members, by the nominated members, then, Honorable Speaker, there is bound to be corruption and there is a likelihood of compromise in electing the chairperson. So, Honorable Speaker, my proposal will be we adopt the spirit of Article 252 of the Commission, which separates the nomination of the chairperson as well as the members to the Commission. Honorable Speaker, having said that, Honorable Speaker.
And how are decisions going to be reached? Is it by majority or is it by?
Honorable Speaker, the decision is by the majority. But the practice is, for example, if you borrow.
Because in the elections commission, we have the chairman who is the returning officer. So basically, the chairman.
Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is, during the process of vetting, the position of chairperson should be advertised differently and the members differently. So that when the president when the names.
Give him an additional 4 minutes.
So that, Honorable Speaker, when the names are submitted to the president for appointment, the name of the chairperson is sent differently as well as the commissioner. So that at the time of appointment, the president appoints the chairperson. Know that as opposed to the members electing a chairperson. Because, Honorable Speaker, a basic question, who will be able to convene the first meeting of the commission? So, Honorable Speaker, those are the issues that we also want to look at. Final, Honorable Speaker, this fund, political parties fund, in my opinion, is discriminatory. I will be proposing an amendment to provide for political parties and independent candidates fund so that members elected on an independent ticket, and this fund takes also into account the interests of members elected on an independent ticket. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the purpose of the fund, under section 26, purpose of the fund, Honorable Speaker, 1 is to promote the representation in Parliament of members of Parliament. Number 2, to cover election expenses. Honorable Speaker, also administrative and staff expenses. Honorable Speaker, there is no reason as to why this fund should not be available to members elected on an independent ticket. Honorable Speaker, when members come here, they are elected as members of Parliament. They are supposed to undergo some trainings. They are supposed to they are supposed to have offices like political parties have their offices. Honorable Speaker, it is discriminatory. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I will be proposing that, I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, that we need to review we need actually a standalone legislation on independent members of Parliament in this country. Actually, let's say independent offices. Leaders elected on independent offices.
Honorable Treitich, independent members are not organized.
Honorable Speaker.
Independent members find themselves independent because they choose to be independent. but they are not organized. Well, political parties is an organized unit.
Honorable
so
Speaker,
how do you organize independent members?
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
Under the standing orders,
Yes.
we have a caucus of independent members of parliament duly recognized by this House. Honorable Speaker, members of parliament in this House who are elected on independent ticket are exposed for the reason that there is no framework in this House to protect members of parliament elected on an independent ticket. For example, Honorable Speaker, the other time when members were being placed in committees, for members of parliament elected on an independent ticket to survive in this House, they have to associate themselves with political parties. And if you read Article 103 of...
Give me an additional 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, members of parliament on an independent ticket are exposed because they have to associate themselves with political parties so that they can survive. Honorable Speaker, the other time, there was a reshuffle of members of parliament in this House. And members of parliament elected on an independent ticket who own allegiance to political parties are being placed in committees by political parties. Honorable Speaker, for me that is erroneous because a member of parliament, if he's independent, should be able to decide through the caucus on which committee they belong in this House. Honorable Speaker, that is an area that members of parliament elected on that ticket are exposed, and therefore they need protection. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Karori.
Yeah. Do you wish to be informed by Honorable Karoli?
Yes, Honorable, I'm well guided.
Proceed, Honorable Karoli.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to support what Honorable Toroitich is saying. If you go to the Commonwealth, if you go to the House of Commons or the Parliament of Canada or Australia, there's somewhere called crossbench. Even they are sitting, it is like here, majority is this way, minority is that way. That is crossbench. For independent members of parliament who have been de-whipped from their parties, or those like in our situation where two parties have merged, like recently when UDA and ANC merged, their members were actually on a free call. They could choose either to go forward or to be independent or to join other parties. So such members, normally there's a provision. And I think we need to look at our standing orders so that independent members are treated equally like members of political parties in this House, even when it comes to selection of committees. I just wanted to share that with my dear friend. Thank you.
Do you know of any caucus that essentially anywhere, independent members who are able to demand by dint of their own numbers in the House and qualify for political party funding? Because that's not a political party. It's not a coalition, it's not a political party. The caucuses, we more or less established the concept of caucus in the 10th Parliament, and I was there in the 10th Parliament. The idea was mainly those rebels who rebelled from the different settings, who wanted to come together and have a position that essentially they are united on. It's a post-election or post-de-whipping arrangement. But how do you? We're looking at systems. What kind of a system would you create to accommodate such? I'm just curious from the chair.
Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Political Parties Act, it says 70% of the funds in the political party fund is distributed according to the number of votes that the candidates of a political party received. Those who ran for MCA, governor, whatever, MP, and all that. That is the first criteria.
Okay.
If you look at that criteria, it's not the party that was on the ballot, it is the individual. And I gave an example of Honorable Toroitich here.
70% on the basis of every political party and the votes they garnered in the presidential
Yes, but
election.
those votes belong to individuals. What is at stake?
Yeah, but it's brought in by individuals because you are an ODM member, Kaluma is an ODM member, another one is an ODM member.
No, there's no difference. That's the first explanation I gave, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Because individuals are the ones who go to the ballot. So those who choose to associate in parties donate that to their party. Those who are elected independent should also have their votes count. That is what I was explaining.
And who is it paid to? What
It will be paid to the individual to cover their political...
Every individual member?
Correct. And because there are three criteria, if the party, the number of votes you get is factored into the funding. If the number of seats you get is factored into the 15%. And if you're a special interest group, you're a woman, PWD, a youth. So if a young person like him, who is under 40, is elected, is just not a PWD, he would qualify 100% funding under the current law. He will, because he's a member of parliament, so he should get a share.
Karoli, you are a lawyer, one of the top-notch lawyers in the country.
I am
yes,
right on this one, Honorable
order?
Speaker. I can read the law. Let us get the political party funding and read the law. Let us read the law. The law clearly says 70% shall be distributed according to the number of votes
So
each party garnered.
The structured individual will be Honorable Toretich.
Exactly. And political party funding, everybody goes to an election, you incur expenses. Political party funding is for articulation of your ideas at an election.
So what does an independent articulate?
Policies. That's why he goes to the election and gets elected.
What policies?
There's nothing superior about political parties versus independent candidates. Nothing.
Anyway, okay, proceed.
There's nothing.
Proceed. Yeah, Toretich, you've got the information, so you have 2 minutes and then you conclude.
Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised by your remark that what does an independent member contribute? Honorable Speaker, these are members of parliament. Irrespective of how they came here, they articulate, they participate in enactment of legislation, determining policy of the country, and other matters. Honorable Speaker, they play a crucial role. Honorable Speaker, as I finalize, under Article 103 of the Constitution, it provides that an independent member of parliament shall lose his or her seat when he or she associates with the ideologies of another political party or joins another political party. Honorable Speaker, but to survive, this independent member, because he is exposed, he has to survive by associating with another political party to survive here in parliament. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, I'm supporting this particular legislation, but with a rider that I shall bring an amendment so that we have an introduction to read political parties and independent candidates fund, so that independent members of parliament are taken into account when these funds are distributed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kimilu Joshua.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time, and I've taken time and go through the bill. It's not a bad bill, it's a good bill. But I also need to contribute and request the owner of the bill to consider a few things, because we want this bill to support it up to the end, but there are some things which need to be amended. And I think if he allows, Mr. Speaker, I think I also have my input on 33C. B says, it says that a person is qualified for appointment as a member of a commission if that person, it goes by holding a degree from a university, which is okay, has proven knowledge and experience, yes, following field, finance, management, whatever, all those is okay. But when it comes to C, it has at least 10 years post-qualification experience in the relevant areas of experience. According to me, Mr. Speaker, I think when we are making some of these laws, we also need to consider the youth. And you get that most of the youths, after they finish the university or level, it is about 25 years. Then when they start getting some experience in working experience, I think, according to me, and the amendment I'll bring to this House on this will be on to reduce from 10 to 5, according to me, so that we can consider the youth on this. Second, Mr. Speaker, political parties. Mr. Speaker, these funds, I want to agree with my colleague whereby those who are elected as independent candidate, we also need as a country to consider. And we also want other countries to come and benchmark here, because we also need to come up with a structure whereby we consider them, because they deserve these funds. They incur expenses, and we need to come up with a structure whereby these independent candidate can be also considered to benefit from this fund, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, after the election, we have coalitions whereby we have coalitioners and several parties which come together to form a coalition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we get a lot of problems when it comes to sharing of these funds, Mr. Speaker. And that's whereby it's also another field we also need to consider. And I think this bill can sort that problem once and for all. And that's why I want to also give my input on how we can strengthen, so that if we have a coalition and along the way the coalition breaks up, like what has happened now, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a problem to some of the small parties which are in that getting their share. Because from the bigger party sharing to other small parties, Mr. Speaker, and we are not maybe we are not in the same line of political line, it becomes a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, I think with the amendment I'm going to come up with to add on this, because I want this bill to solve that problem once and for all. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to send to forward my amendment, because it's a good bill. I want to support this bill, and I want this bill to see the light of the day so that it can solve the problem of this country, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the mover of this bill and to say that it's a good bill, and we need to have Kenyans who are thinking the way the mover of this bill are think, because this one will also solve the problems we are facing as a country in terms of these political parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
It looks like there's no more member of parliament who is honorable member who wants to contribute on this. I will then ask the honorable leader of the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish the two other speakers who have contributed immensely to the bill were here to also hear some of the points we have to make in reply. That's Honorable Peter Kaluma and Honorable Toroitich, who has just left. However, it will be unanswered, so they will be looking at that. The first point I wish to respond to is from Honorable Kimutai, the fund. This fund is actually a constitutional fund, and it's called the Political Parties Fund. So if you wish to introduce independence, we have to look at the constitutional provisions so that we see how we can anchor it in an act of parliament which is called the Political Parties Act. We have to amend also that act to make it the Political Parties and the Independence Act. Otherwise, that fund will not find any anchor anywhere in the arguments that have been proposed. Number two, this is not a constitutional commission. It is a statutory commission. It's a commission established by an act of parliament. And therefore, Article 250 of the Constitution does not apply. It is a relevant statute which is going to be the guiding law. Thus, it can have a deviation like a few other commissions which are statutory. However, for the constitutional commissions, some of which are independent commissions, we have to comply with the provisions of Article 250 to the letter, because that is the requirement. To Honorable Kaluma, who actually saw that he's a staunch member of the ODM, and that he lives by the tenets of that party. This bill, although it came from the Senate, is actually an ADICO bill. It was a negotiated bill between his principal, the leader of the ODM, and the leader of the UDA, the President of the Republic of Kenya. It was actually based on the fact that when the elections dispute of 2022 arose, they were of the view that it's not just the IBC that needed some reform. The Office of the Registrar of Political Parties also needed to be reformed. And they felt that one person making decisions in that office was not sufficient. It had to be a little bit collegiate. A number of people sitting to discuss and agree or disagree. And this is why there is a provision that the number has to be odd. So that if they do not agree, then they can take a vote. Again, that will be subject to the regulations which are provided for once they are actually formulated. Independence, and unfortunately, and Honorable Chair, you've rightly pointed out, the only thing we need to work on in this House regarding independence are standing orders, because they come in as independents. They have absolutely no policies to advance. Theirs is to debate here in the House. They do not stand for anything. Political parties stand for ideology. That's what the Act says. Political parties have an ideology as a college. An individual person has an individual ideology, which does not communicate to anybody apart from himself. So how do we put...
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, is the member, in order to mislead the House, that a person who runs as an independent candidate does not have an ideology, yet the Constitution contemplates even having a president elected in this country who is an independent candidate, who will come with his full manifesto in that election, and that will be the basis of his policies. What is he trying to tell the House?
I am talking about the wording of the Political Parties Act.
Honorable Karoli, an independent comes in as an independent. Even if there are 20 or 30 of them, there is no thread that combines them together, because everybody is coming from a different constituency. And for exactly as Honorable Troitich put it, he became an independent not because he wanted to be an independent, but he was thrown out of the party that he wished to contest on. So basically, it's a way of saying this political party doesn't think I have the popular support on the ground. If they can't pick me as their candidate, I'll teach them a lesson and go in as an independent and win the seat. And they do that invariably most of the times. Now, they can have a manifesto, a development manifesto, but what is the political policy, for example, of the independents right now? Do they have a common political policy? Each individual. So you have 30 of them, you have 30 different policies.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Chair. Absolutely. You're articulating so well. The problem is, if they were 30 independents, they have nothing in common. Each of them, if there are any ideologies, there are 30 different ideologies. That's number one. The fund does not fund individuals. This fund funds only political parties. No, there is nothing illegal about it, because it's provided for in the Constitution, it's provided in an Act of Parliament. If we were to fund members of the political parties, for example, when the fund goes to the political parties, it goes into funding individual members. Now that's where the problem would be. But there is no provision anywhere that any member of a political party who is a member of parliament would benefit from this party. Absolutely. There is nothing like that.
To be informed,
it's not provided for. He may inform me, there is no problem.
Proceed and inform.
Honorable Speaker, in Australia, both political parties and independent candidates are funded by the state. In Australia, a Commonwealth country, both are funded.
Thank you very much. I do not disagree. And unfortunately, this is Kenya. This is the laws of Kenya. We are talking about the laws of Kenya. I have started by saying we will have to amend the Constitution. We would have to amend this Act. When we've not done so, we can only say there's going to be a proposal introduced, which we shall look at. But as far as this is concerned, and I heard about tallying of the number of votes so that you can distribute the money. And unfortunately, that is supposed to bring some equity. The money does not go to any of the persons who got those votes. It's purely a formula to determine what is fair and just when you are distributing the money. Independents, on the other hand, would we have a college of independents where we would put their individual votes? If that is the case, let us amend the Constitution, let us amend this particular act so that it now accommodates. But you would still have a problem. The money to independents would not go to individual members. It would have to go to the college. What is that college going to be? A political party?
No,
I don't know what it's going to be. Because if independents like Honorable Toretich will get part of the money, why should I, as a member of a political party or what, also not get the money? I do not think that is the argument. I don't think that was the rationale behind independence, but it's a very vibrant, robust discussion we are having, and we need to look at all this in totality, and especially when they say, when you come in as an independent, you are at the mercy of the parties when you come to sit in committees. And that may be so. But it's not just independents. There are also other small parties that fall into the same category. That when you come in as one member of parliament on a single, one single member of parliament for a party, you have to find your way. You have to weave your way around it because our standing orders are clear. No, I don't know they do. I'm talking about sitting in committees. You have to find your way on how to find yourself in a committee. Remember, our standing orders are clear that you must have at least 2 committees. But there may be no committees whatsoever. 2 committees would be, one is broadcasting and the other one is welfare. But, all right? So that is why you have to weave.
For the benefit of the House. The Honorable Karoli Omondi. Even in Australia, they do not fund elections. They don't fund candidates, they reimburse candidates. After the election, and you must have a minimum of 4%. The same way it is reflected on our standing order, a political party, even a political party with 4, 5, 6, 7 members on the floor of the House, in the National Assembly, which does not have the requisite 5% of the popular votes, does not qualify for government funding. Yes, Honorable Karondi. Yes.
You are spot on.
Yes.
Because there's mischief in our Political Party Act.
Yes.
The description of what political party funding is not there. Yes. In Australia, it is there.
Yeah.
And that we have already captured in the proposed amendments. For the first time, we are describing what political party funding.
It's captured in the standing orders. If I remember very well, standing orders of the 10th Parliament, we already captured it, yes.
In the Political Parties Act, there's no definition of what qualifies for political party funding.
Okay.
For the first time, we are introducing an amendment that describes what political party funding is and exclusions, those that cannot be funded. And it will apply to both independents and to the political parties, because that is what is fair for everyone.
What do we do with the constitutional provision on the political parties fund and the formula of what they're supposed to get? Because we'll have to look at that also, so that we do not...
I don't think anybody has thought through that, but proceed and...
All right. As I conclude, is there will be room to propose amendments, but those amendments have to be in consonance with the constitutional provision so that we do not have to make a statute which possibly is not going to see light of the day when it goes to the courts. However, on discrimination, I'm still not convinced, because if a member of a political party who is a member of parliament received some funding through this fund, then it would be open to independents also to initiate. They have to be funded. But whichever way, I wish to thank every member who has contributed to this. I think it had a short, robust debate, which we began the previous day and which we have concluded now. And as we move to the committee of the whole House, I would urge members who have proposals to amend to bring those forth. We consider and we make one of the best laws to regulate our political parties. What is interesting is what you said, there are 91 political parties in the country, which is true. Unfortunately, I've always asked also, which parties are we growing? because the idea is to grow parties, nurture them, so that at the end of the day, we have 2-3 strong parties that compete in elections. However, in this country, political parties, most of them are only the lifespan of one term of a parliament. After that, they have to mutate into something else, and that mutation has been on since the advent of multipartism, 1992. Up to today, you cannot tell exactly where that ruling party, which we used to have those days, is, although it possibly features and rears its head in all these political parties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reply and kindly request that the putting of the question be deferred to another day, pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3 of our standing orders. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the chair defers the putting of the question to another convenient sitting, on the next sitting, and this is in accordance with the Standing Order number 53.3. So under the circumstances, I'll have to call for the next order.
Order number 13, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, second reading.
Where is the mover? The committee chair? Committee chair is not around. Next order.
Order number 14, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023, second reading.
Where is the chair of the committee? The relevant committee? Chair is not in the chambers now to move the second reading. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, consideration of the performance audit report on the provision of services to persons with disabilities by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities.
The chairperson of the Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture is in the House to move this, the second reading of this motion. That motion is also deferred. Honorable members, that being the last matter on the order paper today. Honorable members, the time being 10 hours, 8 and 10 hours p.m. The House stands adjourned until Thursday, tomorrow, the 12th of June, 2023, at 2:30 p.m.
Exactly a minute to 2:30 in the PM. The time allocated for the plenary sitting of the Senate this afternoon, the 11th day of June, the year 2025. This is the Senate proceedings streaming live from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings, Nairobi, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have set aside time to join us for these proceedings. What you're currently seeing on your screens right now, that is the entrance into the Senate chambers. Members have already started walking in. 2:30, the time allocated for the sitting. We should be expecting the procession of the Speaker also to be making its way into the chamber. Just to remind you is that the proceedings of the morning will be resuming this afternoon, whereby the House suspended its sitting to consider a business with regards to the concerns surrounding the mysterious death of a blogger, Albert Ojwang, and this was through a motion that was moved by the leader of the majority party to suspend its proceedings for not than 2 hours in order to allow senators to efficiently interrogate the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, the chairpersons of the Independent Policing Commission Oversight Authority. This was represented by the Deputy Chair of IPOA, Anne Wanjiku Mwangi, and also the National Chairpersons, National Police Service Commission, represented by the Vice Chair, National Police Service Commission, Edwin Kiprono Cheluget. And we also saw the appearance of the Director of the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Mohammed Amin, who this morning appeared before the Senate plenary sitting in this particular session, where the senators are interrogating the safety and well-being of arrested persons in police custody, and in particular, the circumstances surrounding the death of Albert Ojwang. And we saw the top security officials in the country, led by the Cabinet Secretary, take oath, or the Senate administered an oath to the 5 persons who have appeared before the Senate this morning. And opening remarks were done, starting with the Cabinet Secretary and followed by the IG of Police. Then the Deputy Chair of IPOA, as well as the Vice Chairperson, National Police Service Commission, and finally the DCI office also made its opening remarks. And before the break, that was during the lunch break, senators had already commenced asking their questions or presenting their questions to each and every one of the officials from each office. However, taking a look at some of the opening remarks from the leadership of the security organs, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Kipchumba Murkomen, had indicated that his office is barred by the Constitution from interfering with investigations, National Police Service being an independent office. However, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, has stepped into the chambers to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to the broadcast. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. We have quorum, therefore we'll proceed with the afternoon's business. Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Bosi yako ako wapi?